through for a second. Just make sure I can show everybody.
Okay, folks, welcome. Welcome to our 2026 party conference. I am Elaine Corey, your chair, and there is not a picture of me on the wall behind. Darryl, it's not connecting. Sorry. Oh yeah, there it is. Lovely. Okay, so I'm just going to introduce you to the agenda, some reminders about what we're doing today, and a little sort of encouraging rallying call. So first of all, we have our morning session, and that's what we're beginning right now. This is the Chair's welcome. We're going to hear from Councillor Lauren Kendall of Hollywood and Clandeboye and Councillor Brian Smith from Liston We're going to have our first panel, which is how we lower bills, and we're going to hear from three wonderful experts on that. And then we're going to hear from our wonderful Deputy Leader, Leslie Veronica. There she is. And then there's a lunchtime session, so the next session after that is a panel on progressive taxation and a greener and fairer society. We're going to also hear from Councillor Barry McKee, Councillor Anya Grogan, and a little session on how you can help the party. And on that note, I will say, a year from today, the elections, the double elections, will be over. Local elections and assembly elections. And we'll very hopefully be in a position where we're back at the assembly in Stormont and we're filling more council seats than ever before. But there's only one way we're going to do that, and that's with everyone's participation. You're going to hear from our wonderful candidates. They'll be giving it stacks and doing their very best, as they always have been and always will be. But what we really need is everyone's participation. So we're asking people to ask themselves what they can contribute to the party, and you will be hearing from, in detail from our lovely party development officers, Riley McCahan and Ash Jones, about what it is we can do. That'll be followed by lunch, which everyone will need, I'm sure. A lovely vegan lunch will be provided out behind me. And then we move into the afternoon session with a panel on facing down the far right. And that will be followed by a guest speaker, our lovely leader south of the border, Roderick O'Gorman TD. And then we'll hear from three more of our candidates slash councillors, mix. Councillor Anthony Flynn, Gillian McNaull, who is a representative for Bangor Central, and Riley McCahan, who is a representative for Causeway. And then we wrap up a little bit and finally end with our leader's address. His name isn't on there, but I think we all know him, the wonderful Mal O'Hara. So just some housekeeping, very briefly. So be respectful of each other and each other's time. We have sort of shared green values, so we may disagree on policy issues, but that's really more for the AGM than it is for anything else. When it comes to panels, and we will take questions, raise your hand and wait for somebody to come to you with a microphone. We are live streaming this for people who can't come in person, so it's quite important that where possible we speak into microphones so everyone can hear what's being said, even if they're at home. There's no fire alarm expected, but should a fire alarm go, you go back through to any of these doors behind me that go out into the corridor and back out the way you came out the front door of the hotel. Toilet locations, and now this is a challenge. So I'm terrible with directions. You go back out that way again and you turn left as if you were about to leave the hotel, and the toilets are on your left-hand side. And our timings for today are pretty tight. We've got a busy day. So if you are one of the panel chairs, you will see me sitting right there in front of you, signalling when you're coming to 5 minutes before the end of your panel and to wrap things up a little bit. So that's all the boring stuff. Nobody's come here to hear me read out agendas, but hopefully you are here to hear some of our fantastic candidates and councillors. So we're going to begin with fantastic Councillor Lauren Kendall, elected to Ards and North Down Council for Holyrood and Clandeboye.
Thank you all. They always make the lectern like, non-inclusive for the height challenged of us. So I'll try and peer at some of you over the top. Good morning all, and I hope you've had enough caffeine intake, and I'll try and be relatively short in the ramblings this morning. I first became interested in green politics because it represented the kind of society I believed in. A society that would care for my son and his children and his children's children. A society for people, for planet, and one of compassion, care, and of truth. I got involved initially here in the party because, well, partly because of Anthony Flynn and his East Belfast comrades who knocked at my door and my wee rented terrace house in Knocknagowney, and look at what happened then. But also because, like those here and so many across Northern Ireland, I was sick and tired of carrying the burden of failure. Decades and decades of failure to protect our women, our children, our marginalised community, failure to protect our environment and our animals, a failure to protect our public services, our NHS, our firefighters, our care workers, and our voluntary and community sector, which we are seeing crippled at the moment through lack of funding as they take up all the mantle of the state. I got sick of a failure to listen to what people actually want and to act for them and not against their wishes and the needs of actual communities. And I got sick of a failure to tell the truth, to be accountable for delivery, and to work hard for the people of Northern Ireland. And this is personal for me for so many reasons, and I'll give you only a few. But it's personal for every one of us here, and personal for every single person in our communities. Because every one of us pay the price. We suffer and we shoulder the executive's record of incompetence and blame shifting. Every single day we see families struggling with rising bills. Childcare is unaffordable. Energy costs line the pockets of fossil fuel profiteers, while families plunge further and further into poverty. And as a single mum when my son was young, I couldn't afford childcare. The local school told me they had no more places for him in the nursery, and I couldn't drive, so I couldn't go much further than where the local school was. I was unable then to work full-time and had a minimum wage job just to try and get by and manage my childcare responsibilities. This led 2 years of being on the breadline, my career on hold, and worrying about how to afford food, heating and general bills. My son is now 18, but today 1 in 4 and in some areas 1 in 3 children are growing up in poverty, and that is a disgrace. I became a Green Party councillor because we offer politics that will lower bills, that will support families and won't leave them in the cold struggling on the breadline. Now, I've had a few health issues over the last year or so, and as some of you know now, I'm again embarking on what looks like it might be a difficult healthcare journey. I spent most of just last Thursday in a hospital waiting room in Antrim. The hours of waiting, a afforded me the opportunity to observe and to chat to others and to listen. A lady was in the waiting room with me, and she had undergone a mastectomy and was bravely battling breast cancer. As we chatted, she says, "You know, the nurses, they're so good here. They are really kind. It's so busy and they are under so much pressure, but they're always so good." And I watched as many women came through the doors and were seen. I saw a paramedic bring in an older lady, and he had just the friendliest, most supportive manner that you ever have seen. And even though he was on the hamster wheel of stress and ambulance visits, he still had the time to make her feel okay and her family feel okay. I saw the nurses and the juggle of the radiographers who were doing the x-rays and the mammograms, and who had to keep apologising for the incredibly long wait. "This clinic is so busy, we're really, really sorry, we're doing our best." So I am with the Green Party because I want to invest in our NHS, in our public services. I want to ensure that we don't take advantage of caring. I want to make sure our health and our social care workers are paid well because they deserve to be paid well and that they are invested in. I don't believe in giving it to private companies. I believe in an economy that cares about access to GP and not GDP. The Greens offer politics, thank you. The Greens offer politics that will take just a little from those who have so much and use it to rebuild and support our public services. This is politics of compassion, it is responsible, and it is life-improving politics. As a Green, I have challenged the epidemic that is puppy farming, because cruelty should never be profitable. I have advocated for reforms in fireworks and greater environmental protection, including in planning, because politics that protects people and planet and that does not tolerate abuse is the kind of politics I want. This brings me to confronting one of the most urgent crises we face, and that is the pervasive culture of misogyny here. It manifests in devastating violence against women and girls. It is systemic, it is persistent, and it is hidden in plain sight, and we don't tolerate it here. It is Green values and politics that made Ardson North Down Borough Council the first council to pass a motion urging the Justice Minister to make femicide a hate crime. It was also the first council to pass my motion for the introduction of Ruby's Law, which will straddle the protection of victims and survivors of domestic abuse and protection of animals from abuse, because we can act systematically, systemically, and create change for people. When we act, yeah, we can. When we act with a politics of compassion, we benefit all. As a supporter of grassroots democracy, I champion local regeneration and the retention of community spaces like Queen's Hall in Hollywood, and anybody who's seen me giving out recently will know I've been a bit vocal on that. I have publicly called out politicians who voted against the community behind closed doors. I've stayed consistent, transparent, and accountable, because for me, and the reason why I joined and the reason why I'm a Green councillor, is because Green politics is a politics of courage. Courage to tell the truth when others won't. Courage to confront inequality. Courage to stand up to vested interests. Courage to face down misogyny and to stand against abuse. I am a Green councillor because I do not accept a system that fails people. I work to change it. I don't accept politics that divide us. I work for all and to put power back into the hands of people. I do not accept a politics of fear. I work for compassion, care, and a society full of hope. And hope is here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. She knows how to start a conference. That was fantastic. Thank you. Our next speaker, who I seem to have lost, but Mal's gone running after him. Our next speaker is Councillor Brian Smith, elected since 2019 in Lisnashara and soon to be elected again next year. Brian.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see a big crowd here. It's nice to see a lot of people energised, and yeah, hope is here. So, the brief was, why am I an elected rep? I didn't come into politics the traditional way. I came into it from frontline work. 20 years working in social care, working with families under pressure, young people in crisis, and communities too often overlooked. I saw what happened when systems fail, and I decided I just didn't want to respond to those failures. I wanted to change them. So that's why I'm here. I'm an elected representative because I believe that politics should deliver real outcomes, not just good intentions or sound bites. So for me, this role comes down to three things. Firstly, fairness. Too many people are still being left behind, locked out of housing, dealing with rising costs, or living in areas that have been neglected and failed. This isn't inevitable. It's a result of choices, deliberate choices, that Stormont has made. And we have a responsibility to make better ones, choices that put people first. The second reason is sustainability. The climate crisis isn't some abstract or future problem. It's here and now. This is our reality. Flooding, poor air quality, rising energy costs. These are the everyday realities for people across Northern Ireland. So when we talk about climate action, we're talking about public health, we're talking about affordability, and we're talking about the quality of life. We need to build cities, towns, and villages that work, not just for the day, but we're future-proofing it for generations to come. And number three is accountability, and I think this is a big one. People deserve representation and representatives who show up, who listen, and who act. I think, not just when it's easy, but when it's difficult. Not just when it's popular, but when it's right. And we've seen 3 decades of the traditional establishment parties not take any responsibility, but continue to deliver division and fear. And frankly, over the past few years, they're starting to take the piss, because what we've seen is a huge pay raise, but the only things that are rising across Northern Ireland are child poverty rates, and many across Northern Ireland feel disconnected and so removed from politics and politicians. We have a duty to change that. Every decision we make has an impact on somebody's life, and that's something that I will never lose sight of. I also believe that politics should feel closer to people, be more honest, be more grounded and more connected to real experience, and I think we should be a wee bit more humbler. So that's what I try to bring, the voice of communities that I've worked with, and the perspective of someone who has seen the consequences of decades of inaction and failure. So I'm here to challenge inequality and injustice. I'm here to take climate action seriously, and I'm here to make sure people's voices aren't just heard, but are acted upon, because Northern Ireland can be fairer, greener, and stronger. And it's our job to make that happen. I'll finish by saying this. Hope is here in a rising green movement across these islands that is connecting with people and communities. We don't want to be part of the status quo. We want to change it. Let's seize that moment. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Brian. Again, another fantastic rousing speech. We're going to move on to our first panel of today, which is how we lower bills, which fits directly into the issues that both Brian and Lauren were talking about. So if our panelists can come and take the stage, I'm going to introduce each of them, and there's a little step over this side of the stage to my right, your left. So if you all filter into your seats, this panel is going to be chaired by Flavia Guavella, who is the Assistant News Editor at the Belfast Telegraph, and our panellists are Heisa Balduino, a Belfast-based mother and activist, and she's a leading voice for childcare reform in Northern Ireland. As part of Melted Parents Northern Ireland, the largest childcare reform group in the region, she has pushed for affordable, accessible childcare and urgent executive action. Welcome, Heisa. Our next panelist is Siobhan Harding. She is Research and Policy Officer for the Women's Support Network, a Northern Ireland-based charitable organisation supporting women, women's groups and community centres through advocacy, resources and development programmes. Welcome, Siobhan. And our other panellist is Anne Madden, Policy and Communications Manager at Walk, Wheel, Cycle Trust, Northern Ireland, and she has spent nearly 12 years championing active travel and speaking on its health and environmental benefits. Formerly a journalist with the Belfast Telegraph and the Irish News, she now leads the charity's Northern Ireland media work. So welcome everyone.
Hi, I'm Flavia, and thank you all for joining us today. As Elaine said, we've got a wonderful panel here where we're going to be talking about the issue of lowering bills, and that covers things about how people get to work, how they pay for their childcare, and how they achieve a basic sense of level, security and well-being. And obviously all our lovely panellists have a load of experience across that. So without further ado, let's just get to speaking to them. Hazel, I'll start with you. Obviously childcare is the area that you're campaigning around, and you've been critical about the current childcare policy, who it's helping and who it's leaving behind. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So to be fair, first of all, there isn't really a childcare policy. The department implemented the subsidy scheme on 2024, which was supposed to be an urgent intervention. It's giving 15% off childcare bills for what they are calling hardworking families, which is actually families that are eligible for tax-free childcare, which means is both parents have to be working at least 16 hours a week and minimum wage. Parents on benefits are not able to access this subsidy. It was supposed to be an urgent intervention because the crisis was so bad, but now it's the basis of the childcare strategy. And again, it's only focused on these parents, which means that parents on universal credit, students' parents, parents that have been made redundant, parents that are stay-at-home parents, none of them are eligible for this. So like, I'm very critical of it because childcare should be for all, and it's not. It is a very political agenda focused on division, and that will widen the inequality gap instead of decreasing it or diminishing it.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for having me here today. So my job, I work for the Women's Support Network, and my job is to carry out research with women through the network of women's centres in Northern Ireland, and most of my work has been about financial hardship, poverty, welfare reform, unpaid care, and the impact of the cost of living crisis on women's lives. And just yesterday, we launched our latest research paper on mental health matters for women. And it very clearly showed the highly negative impacts of financial hardship and poverty. Almost half, 49% of the women that we spoke to said that financial hardship was a contributing factor to their poor mental health. So this is a really big issue. And it's no wonder when you consider that many of these women have been struggling to meet essential bills. That's their food, energy, housing, and the cost of the school day, which comes up a lot for a prolonged period of time. That constant struggle to make ends meet, either on benefits or in low paid work, has really serious impacts for mental well-being. In 2023, we did a major piece of research with 250 women on the impact of the cost of living crisis, and the results of that research, unfortunately, are still really relevant today because little has changed in terms of the supports for people. I will say that the scrapping of the 2-child limit has been a major positive, a very positive thing, but we've had to rely on Westminster for that. There's very little in terms of new anti-poverty measures that have been introduced by Stormont. Our cost of living research found that 78% of the women we spoke to said they felt cold or hungry as a result of cost of living increases. And we often talk about women being the shock absorbers of poverty in the home. I mean, we heard that over and over again. Women are living on toast and cereal or going without meals altogether and living in cold homes. As part of this research, we asked women what they thought that politicians should be doing to help address the impacts of poverty. I'll read you a couple of quotes. So one woman said, there needs to be an increase in income, whether people are working through a living wage, and if you can't work, on a benefit system that gives you enough income that you're able to live, you're not struggling. Anyone on benefits, they're just existing, not living. Another woman said, free school meals for all kids, more help with school uniform costs, and increase in benefits to cover the cost of food, gas and electric. So you can see like their views on it are about the essentials. It's about the essential bills and the ability to meet those. The theme of your conference is Hope is Here, and what the women that I speak to really need is hope. They need hope that things will get better for them and their families, and they'll not have to struggle so much to meet those essential bills. But unfortunately, what we've seen in a couple of recent strategies, like Heise has just spoken about the early learning and childcare strategy and the draft anti-poverty strategy, are proposing very little help for people, very little hope for people on what the Assembly is going to do.
Thank you. Just over a few. Yes, so thank you all for coming today. It's great to see so many here. I think there's a lot more than last year, definitely. And of course, we all want lower bills. Being from an active travel charity, which covers walking, wheeling and cycling, I just want you all to think about what your grandparents, or indeed looking around, maybe your great-great-grandparents didn't pay for, and the vast majority of them didn't have a car. So they didn't have the huge expense of running a car. It does make up a considerable proportion of household spending in Northern Ireland. We have high levels of car dependency, brought about through government policy over many, many years. So we're not saying it's anyone's particular fault. And combine that with rising fuel prices, particularly that have skyrocketed since this war in Iran, insurance and vehicle costs, that means that transport pressures are particularly acute for many, many households. We believe walking, wheeling and cycling, especially when integrated with public transport, should be considered a core component of Northern Ireland's response to rising expenditure, improve health outcomes and unlock long-term societal benefits that we have long talked about at this conference. Just to give you some examples, and this is from 2025 modelling, so before the fuel crisis, modelling suggests that people could save 34p per mile by walking and wheeling instead of driving, and 35p per mile for cycling instead of driving. So to highlight that, that's on average someone cycling 15 miles per week instead of driving, which is equivalent to cycling roughly 2 miles to and from work each day. They could save around £273 annually. And we know that there's a lot of latent desire to cycle. It's just that our infrastructure does not allow that. It is not safe, and it's the biggest barrier to cycling. Those figures really only reflect vehicle operating costs. The overall cost of owning and running a car is significantly higher once you factor in insurance, depreciation, tax and maintenance. So for households able to reduce reliance on a second car or avoid car ownership entirely, the savings could be far greater, and we think that's a win that we could do immediately. And then of course, you all gain by incorporating physical exercise into your daily routine, so you don't need to pay for that joining a gym or that particular class. And not to laugh about it, but the wider health benefits to our society, which we have seen with greater inequalities, we have rising obesity levels, and we have huge levels of air pollution that is having an impact on all of us and taking many lives every year. So I'm conscious I only have 3 minutes, so as a society, I think there's a lot we can gain by investing more in active travel and linking that with public transport. Low-income households are the most exposed to rising transport costs, and that's where we think solutions should be prioritised. So just to give you some examples of what we believe at Walk, Wheel, Cycle Trust and we would like to see in your manifesto for the next Assembly. Overall, we need to invest in alternatives to driving. So number one, offer free or substantially subsidised public transport for people on a low income. 2, roll out a voucher scheme to reduce the cost of cycling for people on a low income. We have a cycle to work scheme, but it doesn't include anyone that's out of work or people that are on low salaries, so under 17,000, they can't access the Cycle to Work scheme, which we think is a real problem, or obvious gap. Reintroduce a Fix Your Bike scheme for people on a low income that was really successful during COVID. Bring that back, why not? Expand secure cycle parking provision for people in low income households. So all of those council estates, of which there are very many across Northern Ireland, why is there not secure cycle parking provision that we see in other cities like Manchester and London? And crucially, we need to create safe space for cycling. That doesn't necessarily mean we need to build expensive infrastructure. We can do it by reducing speed limits and making our streets far safer for people by reducing dominance by cars. It would also allow children to play again in our streets. And we need to clear pavements for people. We have cars. People talk about e-scooters on footpaths. What about the many cars, all four wheels, and parking, obstructing people on footpaths? That's an easy win for this government. And later this year, Liz Kimmins plans to bring in legislation which just touches the bare minimum of what needs to happen to tackle the scourge of pavement parking that is particularly hard on vulnerable people like those in our community that are blind or have disabilities. And finally, give priority to people crossing the road. We would like to follow the example of Wales by introducing side road zebra crossings. That's a very low cost intervention that would improve safety, reduce delays for pedestrians and support increased walking and wheeling. So just to conclude, walking, wheeling and cycling are both cost effective, health promoting and emission reducing modes of travel that offer immediate and long-term benefits to households and the Northern Ireland economy. And I think I've gone over my 3 minutes, I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much for that. There's a lot of food for thought on that. So I'll just pick your brains on some of the things that you mentioned there. Hazel, I'll start with you. One of the things that you obviously mentioned is the inequality that the current strategy is creating. And obviously some of the groups of people that are being hit the hardest are those out of work, students, people on universal credit. What do you think sort of needs to change? Is it a complete overhaul of the strategy that is needed? And what are the people on the coalface of this that are experiencing those difficulties the most? What do they need to see happen?
So I wouldn't go as far as to say a complete overhaul of the strategy, but the government really needs to listen to lived experience, and that's what they are not doing at the moment. So again, if you look at the strategy, one of the main proposals is to reevaluate, like consult on removing the social disadvantage criteria for preschool. And that's about the children, that's socially disadvantaged children. They don't have any access to early education, so they would support those families. They clearly didn't listen to those families. They listen again to what they call the hardworking parents, which is, I suppose, the middle class that can afford those things. They aren't listening to women's groups. They aren't listening even to us as a campaign for childcare. The data that they are using for that strategy is data from years ago that doesn't really reflect the prices of childcare. So there are some good proposals there, but they are not properly costed. They don't have a real plan behind them, and they don't really affect all the families. So, of course, like we can start from that strategy. It's great that we have a strategy. We haven't had one in over 20 years. But are they going to listen to the consultation? That's the next step, and we don't know. We're probably going to hear before next year because it's an election year. But how we can challenge those things, if they are going to listen to what we said already, we're not sure yet. They need to listen to us.
And one of the things that you've previously talked about is community childcare as a potential alternative. Tell us a little bit about that. How scalable would that model be, and would it be a realistic alternative for meeting childcare demand in Northern Ireland?
So we're not sure. We've talked to them a few times about this. Again, you need to listen to the community providers, the providers that are non-profit, the women's groups. They have absolutely great models. Like my biggest example, as I always say, is the Falls Women's Centre, that the childcare rates are really low. They are able to use some of the money that they charge from whoever is paying to get kids that can't afford in there. They give great benefits for the staff, which is mostly women. But there's a whole range of groups. Like there are bigger childcare providers that are also non-profit, and they use everything that they get to reinvest in the community, to reinvest on the work that they're delivering. But again, that's not mentioned at all in the strategy. So there are several different types of community-based childcare, non-profit-based childcare, but that was not analyzed at all. So we need to, I suppose, take a few steps back and listen to those people to see like what model would better work here in Northern Ireland. And considering the market here, which is horrible to call childcare market, but it's mostly private business that are highly profitable. It would be interesting if you have more non-profit community-based childcare that could at least potentially help lower the costs because the market would stabilize itself. Our other proposal would be that they cap childcare costs. They're not going to touch that as much as we'd like. So if they're not going to cap childcare costs, at least offer better possibilities that will bring the costs down.
And Siobhan, there'll be obviously a lot of crossover between what Hayes is talking here and the research that you've done. And it's undeniable the impact that these things are having on women's mental health. But can you tell us a little bit about why it is that these financial hardships tend to hit women the hardest in households?
Yeah, sure. A lot of it is a result of the social and economic factors that impact women's lives. So women are more likely to live in poverty. They're also more likely to be working in low-paid, part-time, and often insecure jobs. So it means that their ability to work sometimes is really limited, and obviously the childcare or lack of childcare, affordable childcare, really feeds into that. And so, women are very impacted by this circumstance because there are gendered expectations around care, whether that's for children or whether that's for other family members. And so that really limits their opportunities and means that they're often responsible for the bills in the house, for paying the bills and looking after children's bills particularly. And that's something we heard a lot whenever we were doing the consultation around the anti-poverty strategy. There's a real pattern here around these strategies where they're not listening to the voices of women, and it's not like, Elaine will back this up as well, it's not like we're not telling them, because all the evidence is there. We have spoken to women on the ground, but they're just not listening to those voices, and those voices have the answers. Like, they know intimately what needs to change and what would work for them. And we're getting attitudes like we're being referred to as non-elected lobby groups when we're bringing this evidence to the departments and ministers involved. And that's why we've ended up with two strategies like the ones we've just spoken about. And I think that if you are not close enough to the issues, you produce the draft anti-poverty strategy and the draft early learning strategy that we've both had and commented on. So having a list of things you're already doing is not good enough. And if you listen to the voices of women on the ground, you'll get the answers. And it's being genuinely open to those voices and listening to those conversations, then you're going to produce strategies that will actually make a difference.
And can I ask you then, in your research, what specific things are women calling for? What specific type of help would they see implemented? And are those the gaps that you're seeing in the anti-poverty strategy as it is at the minute?
Yes, well, a lot of the feedback that we have got from women is, and bear in mind we're going in and out of the women's centre, so there are a lot of mothers, and so there's a lot of issues around bills associated with children. So a lot of feedback about the cost of the school day, not just school uniforms, but food at school, transport to school, and those additional activities such as after school clubs and things like that, where women just can't afford, and see that thing about always having to say no to your kids when there are other kids around that are able to do gymnastics or they're able to go swimming. All of those things that are, part of your childhood, and that you're constantly having to say no. So that has real impacts on women and on their mental health. And I read you out a couple of quotes there at the start. The things that are coming up are more help for school uniforms, more help with the costs of the essentials. So that's a bit of investment in things like social security. We have a welfare mitigations package here. Why can we not extend that? You know, the model is already there. Provide a bit more help for people who are really struggling with essentials. What also comes up a lot is the cost of energy. So a lot of issues around, you know, heating your home and things like that. And so considering things like maybe social tariffs for energy costs, where there's lower rates for people that are struggling. So all of those things, it's all about the essentials and how you help people with the essentials. And it's about increasing income, because there isn't enough income in these households to afford the essentials. So, you know, not just on benefits, but in terms of wages and obviously childcare, but, you know, that wages are enough to cover the rising costs of essential bills.
And there's some sort of crossover between what Siobhan's just mentioned there and the campaigning work that you're doing around active travel and public transport. For a lot of these women, they may feel that even though fuel costs are really high and it's a really massive expense, they have no option but to use a car to get kids to school, to do errands, etc. For those people who feel like they have no option but to use a car, how do we tackle that from a policy perspective?
Well, that's a tricky question. I suppose the reality is, and this is the myth that we all kind of seem to have accepted in society, is that you know, and for some people, particularly rural areas, and this is where we're seeing a lot of the problems with transport poverty, is that in rural areas people are very much dependent on the car. The public transport is very limited. So first off, we need to improve the public transport provision for rural areas. Sadly, over the past number of decades, we have built in car-dependent neighbourhoods. We keep expanding out to the suburbs and not providing the public transport links that are essential. And active travel really only works in those distant places if you can cycle to a bus stop or walk to a bus stop or a train halt for those longer journeys. I would also add that, and this may be controversial, but there are lots of parents who could leave the car behind and could walk or take their child by bike to school. The 50% of our primary schools, children live within 1 mile of the school gates. So there is, I suppose it's the perception that, you know, Johnny and Susie, they all get driven to school, why don't I? But actually the children tell us through our schools programme, the Active School Travel programme, that they want to walk and cycle to school or scoot to school. They want that independence. And so I think we need to do more to enable those children to walk or cycle to school. The biggest barrier actually is parents' perception that it isn't safe, and then we end up in the vicious circle or cycle of parents then will drive the child to school, and they will add to the congestion and the unsafe aspect of around the school gates. We don't think it's enough that government is looking at 20 mile per hour and making around the school gates safer. You need the whole journey to school to be safer, so from the doorstep to the school itself. So, thank you. So whenever a politician says to you, oh yeah, we're going to introduce more 20 mile per hour temporary speed limits around schools, laugh at them, you know, and say, well, would you let your child out the door to go along a 60 mile per hour road and then, you know, whippy-do, you've got a 20 mile outside the school gate? It's not enough, you know, it is laughable. So we need to do a lot more to bring down speed limits, as I said, and make the journey. There's some schools in Northern Ireland don't even have a footpath outside the school. I mean, that is an absolute disgrace. And actually most of those schools are in rural areas. So we need to do more to enable parents to feel that their child will be safe to walk or cycle to school. And certainly we believe introducing a default 20 mile per hour speed limit in all our residential areas would go a long way to allow that, and the savings to parents, it would be incredible. I'll just cite quickly one example from Dublin, where they have what's called school streets. We have been pushing the Department for Infrastructure here to the point my hair is now grey to introduce school streets in Northern Ireland, and we're still waiting on a pilot, you know, and we always get these bloomin' pilots, you know, let's just pilot the whole damn thing and get them going, you know, is what I say. But we need to actually do what is happening all over the UK and in the Republic of Ireland. This particular parent in Dublin said to me they put in, do you know those fancy pencil bollards outside the school? And we used her as a case study, but she would have driven her child literally 10 minutes to the school gate, partly because she was afraid. And when the pencil bollards went in, it basically stops parents from parking outside the school. So she said she was driving round and round the school looking for a car park space. She couldn't find one, so she ended up realising that if she left the car at home, she could walk the child to school in half the time. She did that, and then this was a really interesting phenomenon that happened, and we've seen this elsewhere, is that she started to walk elsewhere. She walked to the park. She got into a physical activity habit, and I think that's the ripple effect of parents allowing their children to walk and cycle to school. I think we can't underestimate that, particularly as well as the climate crisis. We've got a massive problem with obesity, and I don't think injections are the only way or the cheapest way to tackle that.
And I think there's something really interesting in that case study where it's kind of a change of perception, isn't it? Where you start walking to school and then all of a sudden you realise you can walk other places. And I think when people talk about active travel, usually you think it's kind of maybe a negative perception that you just want people to walk and not use cars, and it's maybe a nice to have but not a priority. What do you think needs to be done around kind of changing perceptions, I suppose, because a big part of it is changing the perception, and also it's kind of a two-pronged question here, but also public transport, how does that feed into that as well?
I think it comes down to maybe government doing a lot more education, because in Belfast, for example, the majority of our journeys are less than 2 miles, and in 2 miles you can do that, you can walk that in 15-20 minutes. A 5-mile journey on a bike takes me 15 minutes, and I am a tootler. I am not a lycra-clad speed demon. So I think it's getting across the misconception that walking a mile is far. I mean, consider this, and I'm not putting down the Daily Mile. The Daily Mile is a great intervention, but why should we have children walking round and round in circles in their playground when they could walk a mile to school and a mile home again? You know, it just, you know, beggars belief. But that is the reality of the 21st century, and sometimes these things are just common sense. I don't think there's enough common sense there. But behaviour change is a really difficult thing to achieve. We all fall into various habits. I think we need to start with our children, the next generation. We need to start with them, because the vast majority of them will now be, I suppose, used to being driven to school, and that's all they'll know. And when they leave school at 16, 18, they will find themselves unable to afford a car, unable to run a car. And I think it's really important that we help them understand that walking and cycling is okay. We recently, just this week, put out a report called Empowering Women to Cycle. It was done, commissioned by the Transport Infrastructure Ireland, and it showed that a lot of women, young girls particularly, there's a big gender gap, as you probably know. Half as many women cycle in Ireland as a whole than men, but a lot of that drops off in adolescence. So there's definitely an issue there about why is it that girls cycling is, you know, the perception of it is poor. It gives it like a negative image. And also when young women get their, and men actually in that case, get their driving license, it's a status thing. So we need to get away from this idea that not having a car is a bad thing. That taking the bus, as Thatcher once said, is a sign of failure. I mean, come on, you know. And there is that element of snobbery, I think, right across the UK, that anyone who takes public transport has failed in life. Well, actually, I would dispute that. And if you go to our most successful cities in the world, Paris, Berlin, New York, people that take public transport, partly it is because they have to in such a dense metropolis, but they are the cities that are succeeding. So we need to really question this idea that we all need a car, and really realise that no one's going anywhere if we're all in our cars for 2-mile journeys. don't know if that answers your question fully, but
I just wanted to jump in really quick on what I'm speaking, just to do a wee connection to, again, early years in childcare, because that's, again, why they're not listening to the local communities. This is a big issue, especially in rural communities. The government says that there's preschool spaces for all the kids. But in rural communities, they have this rule that as long as it's within 5 miles of your home, you have a space. So many families, they will have a preschool, a nursery school right beside their house that has the possibility of having more spots, but the government won't finance this because there is one that is 5 miles away. What they're not talking about is that the 5 miles is a straight line, so they don't consider if there's lakes, if there is mountains, if there is a river, and this forces parents to get in the car, probably a diesel car, drive there and back, instead of, again, listening to the local communities, to the local nursery schools that says, we can take these kids, just give us the funding. So this is like another way that adds to this problem, and they're not listening.
On that subject, I think it's really important to consider in that context is our planning. You know, we really need to sort out planning, because you have lots of housing developments in Northern Ireland where, to get, as you said, from A to B, you have to take this circuitous route, and it's all been designed for the car. We need to have better links with, you know, footpaths, and they have to be safe and well lit for minorities and women and vulnerable people to want to use them, you know, all day. So I think that's a really important thing, is that our planning needs to be tackled in order to deal with that.
Thank you for that. I think there's some really good points being made there, especially around planning and how you need to have the infrastructure, I suppose, there in order to be able to do that. This is a kind of a question that I'll just put to all of you, and whoever wants to answer first, just let me know. But essentially, when we talk about lowering bills, I suppose there's 2 ways you can tackle that. You can tackle that either through direct support, so putting money in people's pockets, or you can do that through subsidies, etc. If you had to choose between either of those, either between direct financial support or investing in services like transport and childcare, or subsidies, which one do you think delivers more impact per pound spent? Or is it actually just about achieving a fine balance between the two?
I could go first, but this is an interesting one, because I was actually talking to a friend, another friend from Outside Parents, about this yesterday. And when we started the campaign, we would always say, like, we need more investment in childcare. But unfortunately, the government now has a bad track record with the way they're doing the subsidy scheme. So I do think it needs to be a combination of both. But we do believe that maybe the money should be going directly to parents' pockets, because right now the money is going to private providers, and they're basically using that money to increase their profits. And the bills are still going up, the subsidy is still going up, but it's going directly there, and it's actually not reaching our pockets at all. When it was first installed, it's like 15% was great, again, urgent intervention, but in a matter of 6 months, most of the childcare providers had already increased their prices by 15%, so that was gone. And not only that, but as I said, like, childcare should be for all. So maybe if the money was going to, again, parents that are on benefits, parents that are students, parents that want to do their childcare at home, they would make their own decisions instead of just investing money in the private sector that it's only getting richer from that.
Yeah, I'm not going to add too much to that, because pretty much what Hayes has covered there. But I think there is a real need to invest in the services such as childcare and transport, because it has, you know, longer term impacts, and generally does deliver more impact per pound invested. And it has the potential, obviously, to create jobs and provides important infrastructure for people over the long term. So yes, yeah, obviously there is a need for direct financial support, particularly when people are, you know, really in crisis, and there is a need to help people, and I wouldn't take away from the need to do that whenever that happens. And as Hayes has said, you know, parents often know, you know, the best way of spending the money in the household and where it needs to go, and they're obviously really excellent budgeters, when you're on a low income. So if you're getting that kind of emergency money, you know where it's best spent. But in general terms, investing in infrastructure is a better proposal.
I think, I did at the start outline like where I thought we could focus prioritising solutions for low-income households, but I definitely think that enabling more people to walk, cycle, and reducing the cost of our public transport. I mean, our public transport in Northern Ireland has been well underfunded. It's the lowest spend on public transport in the whole of the UK. Again, with active travel, in the Republic of Ireland, they are spending millions, 360 million in the Republic. Up here, we're spending a fraction of that. So I think if we do that, not only do we allow people the freedom of cutting their bills for paying for the running of a car, but we also, as I say, unlock those health benefits to society. We reduce air pollution, we reduce congestion considerably. I mean, when you take off the number of people that cycle at the moment, just in Belfast, takes 90,000 cars off our road every single day. Can you imagine if those cars actually were in the city every single day, the impact that would have on our economy? So I think investing in something like active travel, increased public investment, the figures are something like a £5 return, so I think that would really help. I'm not taking away from giving support to low-income families for them to choose how they want to spend that, and I totally appreciate that we have such high levels of poverty today, but I do think an overall improvement for society would be investing in better infrastructure.
So I'll just get one more question for you, and then we'll open to questions from members on the floor. And it's a tight one, but I'll ask you to try and be as brief as you can. But with public finances in Northern Ireland being under extreme pressure, as we all know at the minute, frontline services like healthcare in particular are under a lot of pressure at the minute. Why and how would lowering bills be a priority, say, over funding those public health services? What would your argument be?
So in 2023, we did a survey with parents. Over 2,600 parents answered our survey, and one of our questions is, do you consider leaving the workforce or decreasing your hours because of childcare? Over half of them said yes. I think it was like 39% said that they would leave the workforce altogether. All of those that said yes, 45% were healthcare workers. And we get stories from parents every week, and it's mostly nurses, doctors, GPs, and they are all leaving the workforce because of childcare. So this is increasing, again, the queues. So childcare is essential infrastructure. So yes, it directly affects families with young kids, but indirectly affects society as a whole. So it is a big bill for the families, but if you address that, you're going to be addressing so much more. It's not just childcare.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah, I would suggest that lowering household bills will cut waiting lists because it cuts pressure on the health service. I've already mentioned that statistic about, 49% of the women said that financial hardship and poverty was a contributing factor to their poor mental health. And in our cost of living research, we heard over and over again about the impacts of both mental and physical health of struggling to pay those essential bills. Poverty is really bad for you. It's really bad for you. And so it means that if you're living in cold homes, you're obviously more likely to suffer from maybe respiratory conditions, those type of things. If you can't afford healthy food, you're eating less nutritious, poor quality food. And that leads to all sorts of health issues like diabetes, obesity, anxiety and depression. So all of these issues put pressure on waiting lists. So the answer is about that early intervention and prevention work, so things don't escalate and get to that level. So that's why it's so important to tackle the issues of lowering household bills and that financial hardship, and the need to boost income so it removes those kind of stresses and health issues that often end up at the door of the health service.
I think Flavia, I did sort of overall say that I think it's more cost effective, you know, to invest in active travel. But I'll just leave you with a case study that actually moved me to tears. Reading about this woman, Joy, who is from Belfast, and she suffers from cerebral palsy and had been medicated for depression and being treated in our health service. She decided one day, I'm not quite sure, I can't remember who encouraged her, but she got a bike and started using some of our greenways. And within about 6 months, she was off the antidepressants. She was physically active. Her whole mood improved. And while obviously she's got a chronic long-term condition, she is far happier and healthier and not, you know, on a waiting list. So I think that's just an example, a pretty acute example of how we can help people by, you know, investing better in our infrastructure and encouraging people to try an active lifestyle. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to all our panelists. I think they've all raised some really incredible points, and there's a lot of food for thought. So I'll leave you all with that. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Flavia for fantastic chairing, to Heisa, Anne and Siobhan for your contributions. You are all wonderful and your work is great. Thank you so much. Do make yourselves comfortable to stay if you wish. And we're going to move on to the next part of our day. Next up is our deputy leader. Sorry, this presentation isn't working somehow. Technology. I don't like it. I mean, you know, Luddites had a bad reputation, but maybe they didn't deserve it, is all I'm saying. Yeah. So this is not moving. There's a bar along the side. Something has happened to it. So while that's being fixed, I'll. Is that it? No. Yep. Fantastic. So, we're moving on to an address from our fantastic Deputy Leader of Green Party Northern Ireland, Leslie Veronica.
Well, it's lovely to see so many of you here today, and welcome to our spring conference. I want to welcome all our members, supporters, our speakers, and thank you. That first panel was great, and I'm looking forward to the rest of them. And of course to our exhibitors, and I would encourage you all to just have a look at the break and over lunchtime to see what's on offer there, because it's very important. They're stuck out there being bored and having to listen to all of us, so just to give a bit of support. This, today, I think globally, nationally and locally, things aren't great. The rise of the far right, increasing destitution of the poorest, the immiseration of the middle classes, threats to democracy, and a rollback on human rights, all set against the background of impending environmental disaster. This may seem like a strange way to open a conference whose theme is Hope is Here, but bear with me. Bear with me. Greens don't shy away from reality. And the reality is that these issues do exist, and they require radical action. This will not come from mainstream or traditional parties. We know that. We've seen that. They lack the vision. They lack the courage to address any of these problems, and they prefer to scapegoat. They prefer to put the problem, the blame for the problem, in the wrong place, and you never solve a problem when you do that. The rise of the far right brings with it key elements of a politics of fear and division, and that is what we're up against. The erosion of democracy and human rights led by tech billionaires, an increase in toxic masculinity at absolutely staggering highs, an aggressive militarism, and a continual scapegoating of migrant communities. We reject the politics of fear and division. Not just because it is the moral thing to do, or just because it's the decent thing to do, but because the politics of fear and division, and at its most extreme, fascism, because that's really where it ends up, has historically proven itself time and time again to fail. This is a politics that devours people, communities, nations, and finally itself, leaving carnage in its wake. It does not work. We need not go into details here, but Ukraine, Gaza, and Iran have all suffered the impact of authoritarian leaders' attacks to feed their egos, to escape internal scrutiny, and return us to a world order which was rejected after the Second World War. This has resulted in genocide, environmental destruction, and rising energy prices, all to satisfy the insatiable lust for power and dominance by corrupt leaders. This is the politics of fear and division in action. It helps no one but an elite few and leaves more problems in its wake than existed beforehand. The facade of democracy in America has been obliterated, leaving in plain sight the worst aspects of late capitalism. A political system serving an elite billionaire class, corrupt and desperately destructive to people and planet, with a complete disregard for any of the norms of the political system, either in America or globally. This one regime has revealed, in a way that cannot be unseen, the degree of inequality embedded in the system. An inequality that is getting worse, both in America and across the world. Elite rule is alive and well, and can be seen very clearly. But this is not just elite rule. This is elite rule which serves one class, the billionaire class. The growth in inequality and the growth in the far right are part of the same problem. Solve one and the other will follow. When capitalism fails, fascism grows. We see this closer to home with the recent gains by Reform. I hate to even mention them here, but we've got to face it, right? A party of charlatans, racists, and grifters. And let's face it, that is what they are. They've managed to convince working class voters that they are their best option, when their actual policies include the privatisation of the NHS, the erosion of workers' rights, and housing policies that would make the housing crisis worse and harder for working families to be able to afford housing. The failure of mainstream parties to address the problems facing the electorate in the wider UK have created a vacuum which has allowed Reform to win in former Labour strongholds. And we know Labour's in a tailspin ever since that election last week. Faith in the system is at an all-time low. And destructive parties, for that is what Reform is, destructive parties can appeal to those who feel let down by the system and who have nothing left to lose. This should never have happened. With brave politics, real leadership, and a proper plan to address inequality, this could have been avoided. We can, however, take hope that for all their gains, Reform actually dropped 8 percentage points in last week's election. And by the time they keep losing the councillors who are dropping out of the reading. I believe another one went today, right? And, you know, let's hope they whittle through that 4,000, right? Now, at last, to get to the local situation. And locally, it's no better. With the increasing numbers of racist attacks, and ironically, the emergence of across-community racist groups, which I've seen people dare to actually suggest is progress of some sort. COVID, austerity, Brexit, the wars in Ukraine and Iran, alongside, and I really want to highlight this, stop-start government, because they get off the hook too often for this, right? Stop-start government have contributed to a critical cost of living crisis here in Northern Ireland. We have the worst NHS waiting list of any part of the UK. Say it loud and say it proud, because that's at Stormont Store, right? We can't even blame that on Cameron. We can't even blame that on all the Tories. We can't. That happened, yes, we did have an impact, but actually it was the failure of our government here that has made the situation worse. Our NE waiting times are worse than any other part of the UK. The poorest in society, much vilified and misrepresented, are being pushed further into destitution, and it is destitution. It's poverty on a level that we have not seen. You've only to walk around the town to see it. Homelessness is increasing, and everyone is facing the reality that their generation and those following will be poorer than those before. That is a shocking thing to admit. Meanwhile, our executive parties produce a lacklustre programme for government, followed by an insipid government itself. Paralysed by inertia and fear, they're failing to provide the leadership, policies or practical solutions which are needed. The shamefully low level of legislation. A draft anti-poverty strategy that will lift nobody out of poverty. The fact that we're still waiting for an independent environment agency. All of this while poverty increases, the NHS crumbles, and Loughnane continues to die before our eyes. This is an executive characterised by a lack of political will and a lack of political courage. This is play it safe politics, but it feels more like do nothing politics, and people are not going to put up with it indefinitely. Now is not the time for play it safe politics. That is a luxury that can be enjoyed when the economy is riding high and we are not facing environmental destruction. That time is not now. So after a litany of disaster, why do I believe that hope is here? Hope is here. It's in this room and many other rooms like it across these islands. Last week we witnessed the English, Scottish and Welsh Greens make significant gains in the local elections. A lot of this has been attributed to the Polanski effect, but he has only been voicing what we know and we all know to be true. I think it's fair to say that the roots of this are deeper, longer running and more long lasting than this, as Greens speak truth to power. There can be no doubt that the unequivocal approach taken by the English Greens under Zach's leadership has much appeal at a time when confidence in politicians and political institutions is at an all-time low. The rise in support for the English and Welsh Greens shows us that people are hungry for authentic politics from a party which is not afraid to hide behind spin and is prepared to do what is needed to address the most pressing problems facing people. The cracks have finally appeared, cracks that we saw a long time ago in the neoliberal myths that have been mainstreamed for years. And the Green Party, both in the wider UK and here in Northern Ireland, are very clear on why these policies don't work and never worked. This is why it is incredible to see so many people supporting green policies and politicians, to be able to see beyond the dominant narrative that they've been fed for years, to understand that another way is not only possible but necessary and achievable. That takes vision and courage. That is hope. The success of our Scottish, English and Welsh cousins clearly demonstrates that green politics is timely, needed and has much more broad appeal than had been traditionally believed. We take hope from this, especially at a time when our ties across these islands and between all of these parties have never been closer. Locally, as a party, we have had a steep hill to climb. You never felt it, or you didn't. 2 devastating elections, which saw us lose our MLAs and have our numbers of councillors reduced, left us reeling, and it's fair to say not feeling particularly hopeful at all. When Mal and I took our leadership positions in 2022, we had a clear agenda to develop a strategy which would rebuild the party and enable us to have the electoral success necessary to bring our solutions to the table. We know when Greens are in Stormont, we make a difference. Where Greens walk, others follow. Our mere presence, little cuddly green tree huggers that we are, puts pressure on other parties to green up their own policies. However, we would be foolish to believe that other parties have the actual backbone to follow through on these policies, for they are weather vanes, afraid of being seen as too radical or far out, of losing their more conservative voters. They will stop at the gate before it is fully opened. We are signposts. We won't do that. We are clear about who we are and why we are here. And we're clear that sometimes radical problems need radical solutions. We'll follow through on that. We realised after those 2 unfortunate elections that our message needed to be clearer. Vilified for being only about one thing, the environment, and at the same time told to stay in our lane, the environment, we knew we had to work harder to show that a politics of the environment is intricately embedded in a politics of social equality. They are the same thing. The 2 go hand in hand. The message is getting through. This is a message of hope, for it holds a promise that we will work to lower bills, improve and invest in public services, make Stormont more accountable and less easy to collapse, save Lough Neagh and address our biodiversity loss, create a more equal society, and face down the far right. In the past 4 years, we have demanded so much of all of you, of our tireless volunteers, our hard-working councillors, party activists and supporters. To see so many people continually give up their time and energy, not to a party riding high on success, for that is much easier to do, but to a party needing a lot of TLC. This is the essence of hope. For without hope, there would have been no point in all of you doing all of that. I commend all of you for the contribution you've made to bringing us from where we were 4 years ago to where we stand now. The most recent Lucid Talk poll had us at 5%. This is very welcome, but we cannot rest on our laurels. We can, however, build on this. Take heart that we're making progress and we're on the right track. The support we have from Green Party Ireland, Green Party of England and Wales, and the European Green Party keep us linked into a global community focused on tackling environmental destruction and economic inequality. We have energetic, determined councillors who are making a difference every day. Yes. We want to add more to their number, not least so that these fabulous 5 can have a bit less pressure on them. Our membership is growing, and new members are keener than ever to get actively involved, which we are so grateful for. That's exactly what we need. This is what we need if we are to build a true party community and have a solid basis for 2027. We have brave, achievable policies that work. The same policies we have seen working in New York, where Mamdani has cleared a 12 billion deficit in 5 months by doing one thing: taxing the super rich. Now that is what hope looks like. I say to you, conference, hope is now. Hope is green. Hope is here.
Folks, hope is here, but so is caffeine. So that's great news for people like me who've only had one so far. I'm going to send you all off on your break now, just to draw attention to our Chest of Hope fundraiser. That's the information you see behind me. We have 45 monthly donors. Any amount of donation people can make, if they are willing to, please do, or share it with a friend or family member who maybe can and wants to. And also, you're going to hear much more later from our fantastic party development team about what you can donate to us. That's not money, that's time. So I don't want to preempt them. I just want to draw attention to the Chest of Hope fundraiser, and you can see the link there if you want to have a look at that. But now we're taking a break. It says 20 minutes, however, we are running late. So we're going to go with 15, and when I start calling you back, come back. People loitering outside, can you come in and take your seats, please? Thank you. Okay, folks, I see there's some lovely conversations going on out there with our lovely exhibitors, and that's great, but we have lunchtime later on for more of that. Let's all get ready for our second panel, which is Progressive Taxation and a Greener and Fairer Society. So I'm going to introduce the panelists now, and the chair, if they come and take their seats. The chair for this panel is Abdullah Sabri, a journalist from the Belfast Telegraph. And the panelists are Gerry Murphy, who is the Assistant General Secretary of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions. Previously, he was Northern Secretary of the Irish branch of the Irish National Teachers Organisation. Gerry's been a full-time trade union official since 2011, and in that time, he has held a number of roles across the trade union movement, including those of chairperson of the Northern Ireland Committee of ICTU and the president of the Congress. So that's Gerry Murphy. Our next panelist is Declan Allison. Declan is a campaigner with Friends of the Earth, and he has responsibility for policy, research and political lobbying. His primary focus is on climate breakdown, ecological decline, extractivism and the just transition to a zero carbon future. Declan is the chair of the of the Climate and Environment Coalition Northern Ireland. And our last panelist is the fantastic Helen Quickard. Helen is a women's rights campaigner with over 30 years in the movement. She is a committed trade unionist as well. She co-founded Reclaim the Agenda, and they lead rallies, protests, workshops and conferences. And she also co-founded Lawrence Street Workshops, promoting economic growth through environmental sustainability and community-focused initiatives. So welcome to our panelists. Come and take a seat.
Hello. So I'm Abdullah. I'm a journalist at Belfast Telegraph. I have been there for a few years now, and I have a wee bit of a background in finance, so I'll try my best to navigate the questions. Do the panelists want to start by introducing themselves in their 3 minutes?
Hi again. I'm Gerry Murphy, Assistant General Secretary of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions.
Did we do the 3 minutes?
Okay. All right, I'm going to begin in through Python-esque fashion with a statement of the bleeding obvious. We live in a world of uncertainty and instability, and that world is currently exposing a number of structural weaknesses across our economies. The drivers to those structural, pointing to that structural weakness include climate change and an absence of climate justice, technological disruption being brought about by AI and increased automation, aging demographics, deglobalization manifesting itself in tariffs and economic nationalism, and increasing geopolitical conflicts. We have Ukraine, we have the Middle East, and we have potentially more trouble in the Far East, and all of that pointing to a low growth future. The two economies on this island show a number of major weaknesses common to the two. So what I'm talking about here is their capacity to deal with those about 6 challenges that I outlined to you. And the three difficulties that transcend the border on this island in economic terms are, in my view, poor productivity, particularly in the home-grown and owned sectors of our economy, an over-reliance on FDI, foreign direct investment, particularly in the Republic, and we're talking about an over-reliance on a particularly small group of companies in two particular sectors, really. And the same to a lesser degree here in the north. And the third thing, in terms of underlying difficulties across the two economies, is in respect to a lack of necessary infrastructure to support the economy. And I'm talking just here in economic terms, not political. So all of that then is resting on what we in the trade union movement describe as a low road economic model. That model is about the minimization of the social state through privatization, outsourcing, and a reluctance on the part of governments to intervene in the social economy. It's also characterized by a tax regime which is a low tax regime. That's accompanied by the pursuit of deregulation and a deprioritization of climate justice. And finally, a completion, I nearly pronounced that correctly, but I'm thinking what I mean, the putting together of wage growth and cost effectiveness. So what we're proposing then is to, and what we're actually doing our best to move towards is to move towards what we're calling a high road economic model. So that's one based on a dynamic economy, which is knowledge based, which promotes skills, has R&D at its center. It's about creating more and better jobs and moving towards full employment, with also protections for workers against the violent economic swings. This might all seem very straightforward, and it is very straightforward, but the powers that be don't seem to have grasped that this is the way forward yet. The other thing we're looking at promoting is economic and social security, seeking to provide economic security for people throughout their lives, and reducing inequality and doing away with poverty. Mom's apple pie and world peace and all the rest. That's what that might sound like, but it continually needs to be restated and held up as an objective to move towards. That would, of course, involve the providing of a proper social security net and universal basic services, which brings us to the taxation point, which I'll deal with later on. And economic resilience is the final point of this high road model, which I'm advocating for. So we're looking at economic and fiscal stability, and that would be built on that dynamic economy, the one characterized by increased productivity and the protection from shocks. So that's my 3 minutes of intro. As you can see, I'm taking the global view.
Well, hello, thanks for inviting me. I'm Declan from Friends of the Earth. I should say, this being a Green Party conference, Green Party Northern Ireland, with delegates from the Green Party in Ireland, I decided to wear my All-Ireland green tartan today. So I suppose my comments are in the context of a number of major crises that are facing humanity and the planet more generally. So we have climate breakdown that was talked about previously, ecological collapse, and maybe more specifically decline in pollinator numbers, which will have major implications for our food production. We have a food production model that is based on high inputs of chemicals, which then lead to pollution of the air and the water and of our food as well. And we have decline in fish stocks as well, which will have potentially major shocks in the future for food. And these are complex and interconnected crises, but we could probably say that they share some major structural drivers: concentrated wealth, overconsumption by the very wealthy, and a very under-regulated capital and financial system. So I suppose we would argue that some kind of progressive tax system could be a solution to these interrelated and complex problems. So we would say that the case for progressive tax is quite clear. If we just look at climate change, for example, and the wealth disparities. So about 50% of global emissions are produced by the richest 10%. So there's a huge disparity in who is the cause of the problem. Poor people aren't really the cause of the problem, and yet a lot of the solutions are geared towards punishing poor people, such as, arguments about population growth and this kind of stuff. Population isn't the problem. Consumption by the rich is the problem. And we can kind of bring that home. In the UK, for example, the richest 1% produce about the same emissions in a single year as the poorest 10% do in 20 years. So that the disparity is just enormous. It's very difficult even to get your head around the disparity in consumption and emission patterns. So there's a clear justice imperative here for reform in the tax system and moving it away from punishing good behaviour and then punishing bad behaviour or incentivising good behaviour. So it's a difficult issue, though. How exactly do we go about doing this without punishing the poor and allowing the rich to continue to use their loopholes to pay their lawyers or to pay their accountants in order to take advantage of loopholes or offshore bank accounts or whatever it happens to be. The rich can find a way, so we need to close those loopholes, and that's a difficult thing, and I'm not sure I really have the answers to that. I'm hoping maybe some of you will, but there are things that might just go some way towards doing that, such as wealth and windfall taxes, progressive carbon and consumption taxes, so taxes on the production of greenhouse gases in order to encourage less emitting activities. Ending harmful environmental subsidies. So, for example, people who are maybe critics of, say, renewable energy say, oh, it's so massively subsidised. Well, it's not massively subsidised. It's massively underinvested in. The oil industry is massively subsidised globally by just a staggering amount. So we need to shift that mindset. Taxes on financial transactions and corporate taxes. I mean, I can't quite remember the figure off the top of my head, but I think there is that campaign for a 0.1% tax, is it, on financial transactions, which would bring in billions. And any new taxation system or reform of the taxation system must be explicitly for social and environmental goods. So some of the things we may see then would be structural reform within the tax system to steer it away from these loopholes, steer it away from disadvantaging people, ordinary people, towards benefits, social benefits, environmental benefits, infrastructural benefits. And it needs to be part of a global equity movement as well, not just looking at our own domestic taxation system, but looking at ways that we can close the loopholes that allow companies and the very rich just to offshore their accounts and then not pay tax at all. So maybe just wind up there. I think really I don't have the answers. I'm hoping some of you will have the answers. I'm hoping we can draw out some interesting questions. But whatever the reform of the tax system is, it needs to be geared towards structural reform, social and environmental benefits, and closing the loopholes that allow the rich to be able to continue to do what they do and punish the poor instead.
Well, today I'm going to look at this from a different lens, from a feminist lens, and I want to discuss how the current taxation systems embed structural inequalities, particularly for women. Like, taxation is often presented as neutral. The same rules apply to everyone equally. But in practice, the tax system are shaped around existing economic and social structures, and those structures are not equal. Women, on average, will still earn less than men, and are more likely to work part-time and to carry a disproportionate share of unpaid care work, such as childcare, elder care, and domestic labour. But because the tax systems are tied closely to income, employment, and consumption, these inequalities are often reinforced rather than introduced. Like, so one example of indirect taxation, such as VAT, consumption taxes apply equally at the checkout, but not equally in effect. So lower income households will spend a larger proportion of their income on essentials, and women in lower paid work and single parent households, this means that women experience a heavier tax burden. Another issue is how many tax systems reward uninterrupted full-time employment. So career breaks for maternity leave and caregiving can reduce lifetime earnings, pension accumulation, and tax advantages. So women are therefore more likely to face long-term financial penalties linked to responsibilities that society depends on, but is often unpaid. And historically, taxation systems are designed during periods where men were assumed to be the primary breadwinners. And although society has changed, those structures do not reflect any of those changes. Well, does this mean that taxation is intentionally sexist? Well, I would say it is. It's been built by men and run by men, and it doesn't take into account any of the... So those structural inequalities work differently, and it occurs when policies that appear neutral interact with unequal societal realities, producing unequal outcomes. So a fairer tax system should include stronger childcare support, more recognition of the unpaid care work, gender-responsive budgeting, and tax policies designed with equality impacts in mind. But so taxation isn't just about the raising of the revenue, but it reflects what societal value and who carries the economic burdens and who benefits from the public systems. So if we genuinely must examine how much tax people pay and how taxation affects different groups in practice. I mean, and I see here today we've got the untaught group, we've got the melted parents. These are the people that are really impacted most negatively by the taxation policy. So, you know, unless things change, that is going to continue. And I think that really, without looking at taxation with a feminist lens, it's not going to change for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Helen, we'll go to you first because you actually answered one of my questions already. So we'll expand on that. It was around how the system could be based off the male breadwinner model, which you explained there very well. I guess, how could we go about tackling that and changing that model now in Northern Ireland Assembly?
Well, there's a couple of things that the Assembly are looking at now, which is the childcare strategy. And I don't think they're really drilling down to how much of an economic driver childcare would be. So while they're looking at childcare policy and looking about how much it costs for childcare, they're really focusing on subsidising private childcare instead of building childcare which is public and available to everyone. And also the fact that they're not valuing all of the domestic labour and the unpaid labour and the elder care that women do unpaid, which means, you know, we are taking a break from work to do that, and there's no reward for it. We're penalised for it. So they really need to turn that around and start to value the care work, and that's huge. And right across all of the work that women do in terms of looking after elderly people, but looking after disabled people, and taking time out, and time out to look after children is all being penalised in the workforce. So that I think that's a big turner, that if they looked at it in a different perspective, it would actually be a huge economic driver and a great investment.
And then just as a follow-up to that, we have a First Minister and a Deputy First Minister who are both women. What do you think is holding back Northern Ireland from Isthmus, given that we've got such great representation within the executive now?
I think we've got to look at this from a feminist perspective. Because we have two women who are Deputy and First Minister, it doesn't mean they're coming from a feminist perspective. So they're actually coming from their own parties and their party's perspective, which is very narrow. How do we change that? How do we get governments to look at things differently? Well, we need to have those people around the table. And you know, when we talk about having two women there, it's like, well, you've got two women there. We need feminist women there, and there's plenty of feminist women out there who can change that. No, what was the other part of the question?
And then you'd mentioned me previously about a political donation that was made recently that made the headlines. Could you talk a bit more about that and how it relates to the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls budget?
So we have the Nigel Farage getting a gift of £5 million that he doesn't think he has to declare because it's for himself, for his own personal security, because he's one of the most attacked MPs, which is rubbish, because I'm sure Diane Abbott faced a lot more abuse than he ever did. And actually a lot of that abuse drives from the media as well. So that £5 million that he got for his own personal security is the entire budget for the End Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. It's an absolute shame. And you know, the End Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, you know, I think we have got it because there has been expert panels, like from the Women's Policy Group and from the women's movement, who have sat for months working on a Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. So it's not something that the two ministers actually devised themselves. They didn't pluck it off the shelf. And it is a really good policy. And it is a good strategy. It's just the implementation of it when it gets fed down, it gets fed into this, we're going to protect women and girls. We wouldn't need protected if there wasn't so many men attacking women. We don't need to be protected. We need men to stand up and say, we're going to stop this and we're going to take action against it. So when we have International Women's Day and we have all our campaigns on the table, then there's International Men's Day and they talk about men's mental health. No doubt that is very important. I'm not disputing that. But they should really be calling out men who are the abusers in society, and they should really be tackling the misogyny and the systemic misogyny that's in all of our systems. Like, it's easy to see it in the police, it's easy to see it in the criminal justice system, but it's there in education, it's there in health, it's there right across the system. And that's what they should be calling out and tackling, because that is going to make everything better for everybody. And if it's better for women, it's better for everybody.
And Jerry, you brought up some interesting points around the current system in terms of progressive taxation and the issues that we currently have. What steps can the NI Assembly take right now to move towards that in this mandate?
Well, the short answer to your question is none. You know, the Northern Ireland Assembly has extremely limited powers concerning taxation. The battle in respect to taxation has to be fought in London at the Treasury, and if anybody has ever dealt with that august body, they will realise just how extremely frustrating it is. But on the general point, there are a number of things which need to be discussed openly as a means of building up some momentum for change in respect to taxation. I said previously we exist, or we're in a low tax regime. It mightn't seem like that, but we are. And taxation falls into two pieces, well, for me anyway. There's the individual taxation, and then there is the company and business world of taxation. If I could just talk about the former, I always get that wrong, but the first one, okay, to begin with, I do think that we need to look at the entire tax regime in the whole. So we need to consider the wealth tax issue, and we need to begin looking at all the little dinky workarounds that exist, the tax breaks, the trust system, gifting, all of that requires to be put under the microscope. It seems like a no-brainer, but wealth tax surely has to be on everyone's agenda. We need to also work a lot harder on the issue of environmental taxation, and perhaps we need to become more nuanced and clever about how we go about this. More carrot, possibly less stick, more encouragement for the use of, for example, EVs, provision of public transport. I suspect that, I'm not saying anything that the Green Party is not very much aware of. And the other, moving beyond that then to talk about the companies, there's some shocking statistics here. In Europe, the average level of social contribution that companies pay is in the mid 40%, so 43 to 45% on average. Here in the UK, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the average is 38%. Okay, what that means in actual financial terms, and the figures I have, folks, are from 2018, 2019. That's the most up-to-date and available. In the Republic of Ireland, for example, they pay roughly 38%, same as in the UK in terms of social contributions from business. In the Republic of Ireland, that led to, compared to a European average, an under-collection in the year of 2018 of £11 billion, right? Sorry, €11 billion. Now, given that they're sitting in this tax year on a surplus of 9.5 billion, think what you could do with another 11 in the 2019 year. That, by the way, that had risen to 17 billion of under collection. But here's where it gets really shocking. In the United Kingdom, in that 2018 year, there was an under collection of 292 billion. Now that's what brought that about is a combination of the 38% rate and all those little dinky dodges and the offshoring and all of the rest of it. So there might be a case for abolishing tax havens as well. And finally, the 2019 figure for the UK is a mere 323 billion under collection. Think what we could do with that. By the way, that 28% that 2018 figure translated to here, what would that mean for us in terms of an increase in the block grant? In the 2018 year, that would have been an additional 3.1 billion. So the case is unanswerable in terms of it, but the negative or the net consequences are shocking. This alone, on the company side of the taxation argument, this alone is driving the cost of living crisis. It's driving up the cost of childcare. It's affecting the provision of services, and it's completely undermining collectively everything that we would want and expect from society.
Okay, so let's break this down to, I guess, the most rudimentary level in terms of income tax. Say you have someone in the top tax bracket who lives here. Let's call him Raoul, and Raoul's earning £100,000 a year, and he doesn't like that half of his income is going, so he decides to move to, let's say, Hong Kong or Dubai, and takes 10% or 0% income tax. I mean, how do you tackle by implementing progressive taxation on income? How do you tackle tax motivated migration? And for example, in France, this happened where France implemented a super tax, and it was something to the degree of 75% across their income and their assets. I mean, how do you convince Raoul to stay in Northern Ireland and still lose half his wealth?
I'm getting all the easy questions. First of all, I think it's everybody's right to take themselves, to wherever they want to go to live their lives, right? So, parking that, I think that it's not simply a tax question. I'm the father of 3 grown-up children. One's in Qatar, one's in Brisbane, and one's about to go to Dubai. Now, they're making an economic choice. They're not informed by taxation, but informed by a number of other things. Yes, tax is an issue, but they're making choices around a lifestyle. So, if we're going to address the tax issue for the high earners, I think we need to address the tax regime in its entirety. So they need to pay more. I think that's the starting point. But in order to offset the flight reaction to that, their capacity to contribute to society, the society in which we all live, has to become more, I was going to say attractive, but it has to be more productive and positive, and people have to feel valued, and they have to feel that they have a stake in that society, and that the contribution they're making and the cost of that contribution, as they may perceive it, to them is worth, so the candle's worth the cake. That, I realise, sounds a bit word solidy, but the paying, I think the taxation should be fair, but it also should be such that it benefits everyone, including the person who's paying it. So I'm struggling to answer your question in any coherent sort of a fashion at the minute. I would really need a bit more time to think about that. But they have to pay more, and they have to feel that that contribution is making a positive contribution in the interests of everyone.
I know I'm conscious of time here, so I'll ask 2 more questions to Declan, and then we'll open up to the audience. Declan, so Northern Ireland is a oil-dependent region, given we've got 70% of people who heat their homes with home heating oil. How can we reduce this, taking into consideration the Just Transition initiative?
So we have enormous natural resources available to us: wind and tidal, marine currents, all of this kind of stuff, and we're just not utilising them. So we have old housing stock that's quite energy inefficient. If we were to have a programme of public works, a Green New Deal, for example, which we've been campaigning for quite some time, that would improve the housing stock, make houses more energy efficient, save people money, reduce their carbon emissions. So we did have that campaign for it was a few years ago, and we did get a lot of success with it up until the point it got to the Assembly, or not the Assembly, I should say, to the point where it got to the departments. It passed through the Assembly with a lot of support. The Green New Deal project that we had in mind became Green New Deal type projects, which became boiler replacement scheme, which was essentially a way of siphoning public funds through that scheme to Phoenix Gas. So the whole thing has been undermined by the lobbying of the industry. But we could do that. So we may not have a lot of scope over how we change taxation. We have a little bit of leverage there, but not a lot. But we do have scope over how we pay, how we spend taxes, and we're misspending them. So we spend them on road schemes. We spend them on incentives for minerals extraction and other destructive industries, for massively destructive farming industry, for example. So we misspend the money. We could be spending it on renewable energy schemes for homes. We could be spending it on energy efficiency for homes. We could be spending it on better public transport, more frequent bus services, better train services, opening up the old railway lines. Many of the lines are still there. We could be doing all of this, but we choose not to. So it's not a question of we are just unable to do this stuff. We are able to do it. We're making a conscious choice not to do it. So we just have to change that.
Okay, I've got an easy question for you. So you were talking about emissions and where that responsibility lies with. And one thing that came to mind, I've covered a lot of agricultural stories in the past, and I was looking up the figures there. So agriculture is responsible for 1/3 of carbon emissions. It's the backbone of rural identity. Given Northern Ireland, it's mostly arable land. I mean, how do we go about pushing for that change without upending an industry that's already in financial distress?
Yeah, so the farming industry, of course, it's a major industry, economic driver for Northern Ireland. It's also a major contributor to our greenhouse gas emissions and to pollution of our waters and our air. But it's not inherent in farming that those are the outcomes of it. It's an industry that has been pushed in that direction. It's been pushed in that direction by government policy, such as Going for Growth. And so Going for Growth has been scrapped officially, but we still have the green growth. So it's still there. It's still part of government policy, and so we need to change that. Now, it's not going to be possible for small farmers just to do that on their own. It needs a change in policy. It needs a change in funding, and so we have a farming industry that is geared towards industrialisation, growth within each individual farm. Like, how does a farm grow, and yet we maintain all of Northern Ireland's small family farms, which is also our policy. It's an entirely contradictory position. You can't grow farms and keep small family farms. Growing a farm means other farms go out of business. So the whole policy is skewed and contradictory. So we changed that. Farmers can't do it alone because they're in debt. They've been driven down this in this direction. So that requires, again, a use of our taxation. So we have, as part of our just transition to a zero carbon future, a lot of that would be focused on farming, reskilling farmers, allowing them to change the way they produce food, so it's not a kind of industrialized monoculture of chickens or pigs or dairy or whatever it happens to be. It varies. Maybe it's timber production. We also pay them as custodians of the land. They claim to be custodians of the land, but they're not. So we recognise that that's a role that they should have, so we pay them to do that, reforest and upland areas, and then they produce barriers for floodwaters, for example. Putting the curves back into rivers, instead of just ploughing them straight and putting banks up and hoping that's going to stop flooding. So we invest in farmers as custodians of the land, encourage them to diversify into other ways of producing food, but also other ways of generating income, using their land for social good, not just for extracting profit out of the land, which is what's happening at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Declan. We'll open up to the audience. Does anyone have any questions?
I'm multi-jobbing today, sorry, Dance.
Thank you. Declan, we met for the first time just a few days ago, and I would advise anybody who wants to go to Friends of the Earth not to do
was really interested to do this panel facing down the far right, particularly as we gather here at this very minute. Stephen Yaxley Lennon, also known as Tommy Robinson, is having his Unite the Kingdom rally over in London. So we know that it's a topic that is of deep concern to everybody across both of these islands. I'm joined today by race equality campaigner and activist Maureen Hamblin, also by Roderick O'Gorman, the leader of the Greens in Ireland, and Nina Briggs from the Migrant Workers Union. So we'll have a lively discussion, and after about 45 minutes, I think that we'll go to questions from the audience. And it is a Q&A session, so it's no comments from the floor and then sit down session. We want you to have lively questions for our panel. You can name the speaker that you would like to answer the question, or everybody on the panel can give their thoughts on what we're talking about. So thank you very much for your attention. Please remember, if you're a fan of social media, to post online about being here today and about what you're hearing and what you're listening to, and you can use that for your comments rather than questions. First of all, we're going to hear from Nina Briggs.
There we go. Hi everyone. For those who haven't seen me before, though I think a lot of you have seen me before, I'm Nina Briggs, and I'm the founder of the Migrant Workers Union here in NI. And in that role, we do a lot. Our work touches on everything from anti-racism work, contesting evictions, combating modern slavery, up to providing support for folks who've been targeted by the race riots and trying to push policy related to all these issues. So I like to keep myself busy, and it's very varied work. And when you look at it, it's like, how does all of this fit together? I'm a math nerd at heart. I'm the kind of person that looks at super complex systems, and it just bugs me to no end when something is inefficient. And I can see how everything fits together. And I think in combating the far right, you have to see it as this ecosystem of hate. Transphobia, anti-racism, class division, housing insecurity, labor insecurity, they're all interconnected. And the far right treats them as one ecosystem to hit people from every angle. So in our trade union and tenancy union, we try to support people from every angle. And that can look like everything from meeting in Westminster or Stormont to pass more modern slavery and domestic violence protections for people on visas, up to picking glass out of people's carpets after their homes have been attacked, to simply frequenting a queer and anti-racist business for your coffee. So I think in speaking here today, I just want to encourage people to say that even though it's a large ecosystem and we're up against a huge push from the far right, that there are ways to make a concerted effort, and the fact that everything is so interconnected is that the work that you're doing, even if you don't see immediate results, does reverberate through this whole system. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm delighted to join Nina and Maureen, and thanks to Amanda for hosting us this important discussion this afternoon. I'm just going to start with a very kind of few broad remarks in terms of, because I think we all understand that racism and extreme conservatism, they're not new features in Ireland. There's been discrimination, historic discrimination against the travelling community on this island for decades. You know, back in the last century, we saw anti-Semitic pogroms against Jews in Limerick and other parts of the country, and of course here in Northern Ireland, there were many decades of deep sectarian discrimination as well. But I think we can look maybe more distinctly, and I look at the last 6 years as a particular time when that far-right rhetoric has really gone off the charts. And it combines, as we know, anti-immigration sentiment with homophobia and transphobia, now often allied with anti-environmental, anti-science views. It's often, as I think Anya referenced earlier on, combined with a hyper-masculinity and very often aggression, severe aggression against anybody who has a different political or policy perspective. And I see these, and this is just my own kind of analysis, but I see three events as really driving this forward. First of all, the COVID pandemic, the dislocation that created across society, and in particular the rise of that anti-scientific sentiment that it generated. Secondly, I look at the war in Ukraine and the resulting pressure on cost of living that the energy price created for everybody, but also the pressure created by the need to respond to the very real needs of refugees fleeing the violence in that country and indeed in other countries. And finally, across that period, the huge growth in the online space, and at the same time, the absolute disappearance of any sense of regulation within that online space. And in Ireland, we are lucky to know that the far-right sentiment remains fragmented within politics. We have populist movements like Independent Ireland, with Catholic conservatives like AIM2. They dabble in some of the areas we've mentioned before, but as yet, those hardcore far-right politicians remain on the margins. But I don't see that remaining the same forever, and they've had some success in recent local elections in the Republic, and I fear that this will grow in the future. And indeed, in the local and general elections in 2024, and indeed the two by-elections that we're fighting right now, the policy issues that the far-right thrive on. About migration, about maybe confusion about trans rights. We have to speak to them. It's not okay just to say we're not dealing there. When people raise it, and even if they don't raise it in kind of the language we would like, we have to engage with them. But we also can't have what we saw with our former Taoiseach in the last week of people, politicians themselves, going out.
To kind of, talk about things. And you can apply this to any oppressive system. So this is the pyramid of white supremacy. And at the very bottom, you have silence, you have indifference, you have minimization. And at the very top, you have mass murder, you have violence, you have what we've been seeing the last few years. And when we talk about the rise of the far right, it's not something new. It has always been there, but we have been over here, and now we've gone up. So I'm just going to hold this while I do my little spiel. When we talk about facing down the far right, we must stop treating it like it's a sudden, shocking, modern phenomenon. It is not. As a black queer woman who arrived on this island at the age of 12 and who has lived and survived and organized in Northern Ireland for the last 12 years, I know intimately this violence did not happen in a vacuum. Racial trauma is an abstract concept. It's not an abstract concept to me. It is my lived reality. The rise of the far right is a myth of the comfortable. What white people are seeing now is simply the visible peak of the pyramid of white supremacy that has existed for centuries, that is rooted in chattel slavery and the violent expansion of the British Empire. This did not happen in a vacuum. Northern Ireland, people often treat racism as a footnote to sectarianism. But let's be clear, sectarianism is a cousin of racism. They are born from the same exact colonial playbook. The infrastructure of segregation that exists here, built on us versus them divisions, is easily weaponized by fascists against black and brown bodies. This weaponization happens because of structural failure at the top. The Stormont executive completely failed to implement its 2015 to 2025 racial equality strategy. This failure is so systemic that it has driven us to take legal action against them in the High Court. The independent review of that strategy exposed that Stormont provided zero dedicated budget and zero concrete action plans for 10 years. It wasn't a mistake. It was a deliberate political indifference. Instead of accountability, they are now half-arsing a new strategy that is weaker, more diluted, and worse than the last one. Furthermore, we must dismantle the economic lies that the far right uses to manipulate working class panic. Fascists exploit people's anger over crumbling services, claiming that poor white communities turn to the far right out of financial despair. But let's be honest. Poor black and brown people experience intense economic hardship, and we do not turn to fascism. White supremacy is a specific choice of scapegoating, and the numbers completely expose the lie. They want you to believe that there is an invasion. The truth is, the North of Ireland hosts a tiny fraction of a percentage of UK's total asylum seekers. The supported asylum-seeking population accounts for just 0.1% of our total population. That is 1/10 of 1%. For a vivid local comparison, think of the SSE Arena. They wouldn't even fill up 25% of the SSE Arena. That is tiny. There's no invasion. The far right claims immigrants are a burden on public services. The truth is that a family of 5 living here on a work visa contributes over 90,000 in direct taxes alone over a 5-year period. That's excluding their rent, their car, whatever they're putting into the economy. On top of that, they pay thousands upfront for the immigration help surcharge. We are not draining Northern Ireland. We are actively funding it, and they do not want you to know that. The real crisis isn't migration. The real crisis is the lack of affordable childcare and affordable living that leaves local parents so stressed and starved of resources that communities become breeding grounds for manipulation. So how do we actually face down the far right? We do it with real laws, real consequences, and systemic action. We enforce independent accountability. We must mandate independent oversight with strict legal consequences when the PSNI fails to protect black and brown communities, or when elements within the police actively push far-right narratives. Instead of we need to institute mandatory institutional reviews, which means that we must implement statutory penalties and mandatory anti-racism reviews for healthcare professionals and teachers who allow racism to determine how they provide care or education to vulnerable people. And we need to purge progressive spaces of racism. I have experienced racism in leftist groups as much as in right-leaning spaces. We have to become truly one. We can't have spaces that are feminist and also racist, or spaces that are queer and racist. And as a black person, just in case you think I'm picking on white people, there's deep homophobia in my community, and I work to eradicate that as well. I cannot be saying Black Lives Matter when I don't care about queer lives as well. So we also, the last point is we need to fund a universal care infrastructure where we must aggressively legislate for and fund affordable childcare and living wages, stripping the far right of the economic anxiety they weaponize to radicalize stressed out parents. So coming together will require every white person and every black and brown person to look inward at what we inherited from those who went before us. We need to do individual and group work to heal our inherited racial prejudices and whatever other prejudices we have inherited. True unity will not come from polite hand-holding. Good white people need to speak up. I need you all to speak up. This will put your comfort and your social standing and your lives in danger. But it will help to move us to a better Northern Ireland, a better Ireland, and a better world. We cannot cure this disease if we're too polite to accurately diagnose it. Racism and white supremacy is white people's generational trauma, and we need to heal it.
Thank you very much for that, Maureen. I think all of our speakers have touched on the fact that racism isn't new. Roderick there had mentioned about how travellers in Ireland have been treated for decades. We also know there's a lot about the othering of non-constitutionally aligned viewpoints. So as if you're not fitting into that sort of orange and green and the other sense of green conversations, then your viewpoint doesn't get in, and our limited political representation from people who are non-white people is obviously a problem. So I just want to start by touching on that legislation question. Maureen, we'll ask you about how important the racial equality strategy actually is, because sometimes whenever people hear about, oh, we don't have a strategy for this, we don't have a strategy for that, they're kind of like, well, so what? Like, what difference would it make? So what difference do you think it would make? Roderick, you can maybe touch on what's happening south of the border, and you can talk about what your members are talking to you about with regard to what legislation might be required. So we'll pass our shared mic down to the end to Maureen, and then we'll come back up this way.
I think it would mean that people would think very carefully before they did racist things, before they burn down houses, before they throw bricks through people's windows. It would mean that when I called the school that my kids used to go to and talked about the racial abuse that my kids were going to, the teachers would have taken it seriously, because there would have been a system in place to make sure that they did something about it. We know that black and brown women are 4 to 5 times more likely to die during childbirth. That is not accidental. There's so much neglect. I had 2 of my kids here, and when my health visitor, when I told her about my birthing situation with my last child, she's the one that said, you need to report that. And when I reported it, the hospital just said, we've no proof of that happening. If there is legislation, if there are laws forbidding these things and consequences, I think people would be much more careful. It doesn't mean that it would eradicate racism completely. I don't think that's ever going to happen, the same with patriarchy. But it would mean that people would think twice before they abuse, especially people when they are at such a vulnerable stage in their lives.
Thanks, Maureen. During my period as Minister for Equality, we were finally able to get a new national anti-racism action plan published for the country. We hadn't seen one since 2009, and the country had seen great changes and great changes in its diversity across that time, and that wasn't being responded to, particularly in the day-to-day policies being pursued across different parts of the state. And central to this was the appointment of a special rapporteur on racism, an expert who's there to advise government on this issue and advise government how it's being tackled. Now, the sense to which the new government is listening to that, I think, is probably questionable, but I think it is important that those offices are there, and at least when their reports are published, the failure of a government of the day to engage with it is at least says something in terms of, you know, the priorities of that particular administration. One piece of legislation I didn't get over the line was an amendment to our equality legislation to add a new ground of equality discrimination on socio-economic status. And I think that comes back to the point I think all three of us made in terms of inequalities in society, and inequalities among, you know, white Irish people who are among some of the most disadvantaged economically in Irish society, and ensuring that they have a lever, a route towards addressing the inequality they get when their CV is junked because their address isn't regarded as a desirable one, or where their phone call isn't returned because the accent isn't the one we'd like to see in our particular firm. Unfortunately, again, the new government aren't looking to progress socio-economic discrimination as a ground, which I think is a huge missed opportunity, both in terms of the protection it would cause or create, but also as a response to that pernicious argument by the far right that white people are being discriminated against and it's been ignored. People from socio-economic disadvantage who are white are discriminated against in Irish society, and this is a route to actually addressing it, and I think it's a missed opportunity by our government right now.
In terms of what we see with the union, most of our members are migrant origin and will be here on visas. So a lot of what we cover boils down to getting back people's sort of basic rights and ability to operate in society that's been taken away through the immigration system, and being able to complain about all of this and to have sort of a legal basis to contest it and to say that it's wrong is based in a lot of this anti-discrimination legislation. So it's not just the flippant response that you get from people where it's, you know, all about preserving someone's feelings. It's about laying a groundwork for humanity for these people. And the people who come to me for the union, since we partner with so many organizations, when folks get to me, it's because something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. And so trigger warnings for broad mentions of sexual violence, domestic violence, the race riots, hate crime, etc. A lot of people will come to us seeking help, and there are barriers to accessing legal funds for legal aid. Access to emergency housing is contested on your visa status, even if you can prove imminent need. Your ability to contest abuses by your employer, or to be a witness for one of your colleagues who's been abused by your employer or hurt by a criminal actor, is contingent on your visa. And it's really hard for us to push back if there's little to no legislation that supports that the protections we supposedly have against discrimination based on national origin aren't actually being taken seriously, because that's what a lot of these differences are. Why is someone on a visa inherently less able to act as a witness in support of one of their friends or neighbours than someone who's a full citizen? So all of us work together in terms of what we're seeing on the ground, how it impacts individuals, how it impacts our members, and what can be done legislatively.
Thank you. Okay. I think there's a lot of focus on why is this a bigger issue now than it used to be in terms of public discourse. We know that you'd mentioned, Roderick, the pandemic, but I think some people are starting to feel that the pandemic was so long ago that it may not be something that necessarily is feeding into what's happening in the present day. Brexit is another thing that people sort of discuss about the makeup of people that are coming to make their homes in this country is changing because of the implications of Brexit. We saw record race hate crime statistics from the PSNI this week. You know, some people will try to talk that away as being, you know, sectarianism is being overtaken by racism because people have found somebody new to punch down on. Maureen, I will talk to you about that sort of left-right issue before I pass the mic down and we go down our list. I'll start with you, Nina, in terms of racism within racism, because I know that there was a story I did with migrant workers in sort of Craigavon, Lurgan kind of area, where there was punching down from people from different countries because there was like a sort of a hierarchy within the system of who was getting picked for work, and you know, people being racist to each other from other countries. So I'm wondering how much of that feeds into the work that you're doing. Then we'll talk, perhaps, Roderick, you can speak on the variety of issues that are feeding into why there's such a focus on this now, and then Maureen will come to you about the sort of left-right, because I think some people perhaps in the room might be surprised to learn that people are experiencing racism as much from the left as they are from the right.
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of that kind of hierarchy and infighting, obviously I'm originally from the States, so racism is not a uniquely NI thing, unfortunately. That should go without saying. But the thing about sort of this hate and bigotry is it all boils down to everything should come to me, I'm inherently the best, and the degree to which you deserve to be able to live your life is related to how similar you are to me or how much you're me. And so it can engender itself in any society. It'll take any ground that it can get. So those dynamics of this particular group is inherently special and is the only one that's deserving of rights is something that exists multinationally. And so a lot of people around the world haven't unpacked these hierarchical systems. So you do see some people bringing those hierarchies with them when they come to NI from other countries. That said, I will say that a lot of this infighting is quite rare, and a lot of reminding people that this is a larger system that's trying to gain as much ground and try to funnel as much of your rights and money to very specific people. That tends to get past a lot of that, but it is something that has to be unpacked by these individuals and in every space.
Yeah, thanks very much. And look, I think we've all spoken about the fact that, and Maureen put it particularly elegantly, that racism and far-right activity isn't new on any part of this island. But certainly in the Republic, there has been a dramatic escalation in it in recent years. And I charted around the time of the pandemic because I think there are a group of people who were lost to society during that period of time, and their concerns and their disagreement about some of the public health measures has funneled them down a route where it's very hard to reach them. It's very hard for them to they have lost all trust in all elements of the state and many elements of society. And I think there is certainly an alignment between that loss of faith and then a belief in other conspiracy theories, including the Great Replacement theory and everything else that we're fed. Likewise, the war in Ukraine and the huge pressure, the inflation levels that certainly were never seen in my lifetime before. My parents can speak about it from the 70s oil crash, but our generation just have not felt, even during the worst of the economic crash, you know, people who were employed were able to make ends meet, whereas during this inflation pressure, people who were working with good jobs saw that just disappearing and didn't understand, and it made them want to hang on to what they have, and a sense that if someone else was getting more, that was an issue of concern for them. But for me, I genuinely think the way in which the online space is so dominant among so many people and is so unregulated, and people posting there are rewarded for saying the worst things in terms of likes and retweets and repost. It is driven by the companies themselves, by bots, by states that are looking to undermine Western democracies. And every part of that is chipping away at truth, at fact, and at the ability to have a discourse that doesn't, immediately end up in racist and as tropes and stereotypes. And I think that has been absolutely crucial to the rise of the far right, and that's why they fight any effort to regulate that particular space.
And just to add to that, I think we can't just think that it's happening just on the island. I think anything that happens in America has a ripple effect as well. And what's happening in America is an overreaction of the last 75 years of civil rights. The civil rights movement gained rights for almost everybody, queer people, women, and housing rights, educational rights, and then in a matter of less than a year and a half, Donald Trump has gotten rid of all of that. He wants to, and not just him, it's a whole thing. And then that fear then gets passed on here, and then the dollars funding things over here. Erica, I can't think of her name, talking about coming here to start a turning point. And Northern Ireland is such a perfect ground for it because of the Troubles, because of religion, because of patriarchy. It's just the perfect intersection for all these things. But speaking about racism, and experiencing it from both sides, and that's why I said it's a white people disease, the same way that patriarchy is a men's problem, and only men can get rid of that. The same way that tribalism, as a Kikuyu girl, is something that I inherited, and I've had to do a lot of work to get rid of that. So I think regardless of where you are on the spectrum, you can be racist, and regardless of where you are as a man, you can be sexist, and it takes a lot of inner work to kind of combat that within ourselves and then as a society. But it is one of the most heartbreaking things, because I think sometimes we think that the left is perfect until something happens and you're like, oh man, where do I go? So sometimes it takes me a long time to leave my house because I don't know where the safe people are, but I keep showing up.
Okay. I'd quite like the panel to reflect a little on the role of the media in this. I am sometimes a critic from the inside, which doesn't really make me very popular with some colleagues, but I don't really give a shit. And I just want to talk about the role that the media has, and also what we're seeing within some political parties that they have in sort of pandering to racists. Is that something that is noticeable, either the role that the media has in platforming racist views as if they're just like any other view that exists within society, and also political parties wanting to sort of court the racist vote, I guess?
Yeah, I think it definitely is an issue, and I think it comes down to, again, that hierarchy being preserved by money. So us as minorities, or not even just ethnic minorities, but queer folks, trans folks, disabled folks, the system has been designed that we have a lot less social and financial capital. And in terms of the media, you have to put out something that sells. And again, it's not meant personally to anyone in the media, but it can become really difficult to overcome that incentive of needing to sell an article and knowing that something inflammatory, something that for some outlets maybe a bit more rumor-based, or something that's just more frightening, will sell more than, say, our story of saying, hey, we founded in response to the race riots in Northern Ireland. This is a lovely space for workers of all backgrounds to come together and fight for communities. That doesn't get tabled, but any time that someone is assaulted, obviously that makes the news and sort of makes it seem like it's a really big problem and you worry about it day to day. And anyone who wants to pay for an ad or a panel because they have the money behind them of large-scale white supremacy, they can get into these channels much more easily, and to the point on social media, because it's inflammatory and emotionally grabbing content that's coming from the far right, it gets pushed further, and the more it gets pushed, it's self-feeding, and it goes to more and more people. And the more outreach you get, the more ad dollars you get, so the more outreach you get from your ad dollars. So we're definitely seeing that it's maybe not directly incentivized, but it's sort of socially and algorithmically incentivized to be incendiary and bigoted in a lot of media and social media channels.
just on the role of media, I just maybe cite one example. When I was Minister for Integration, I had a job to provide accommodation for people seeking international protection, and we had to open new accommodation. And one occasion we opened, I think, a room for about 20. It was going to be male accommodation in a very rural part of the country, and some locals blockaded that. So we're talking about 20 people in a very rural, small community, but it became a national story in a way. And look, it was a story, but it was headline news for about 5 days, 1 week. Our national broadcaster RTÉ sent somebody down there and was live reporting from, the barricades. Everyone from the locality was being vox popped. And I just remember thinking at the time that, and I started when I go out canvassing every week, and I was hearing that back in, urban Dublin, that this was the biggest thing. And I was like, is it really the biggest thing happening in our country right now? And, media have a job to cover things, but these stories, because they were often so kind of evocative, and the people who opposed the arrivals were so passionate, they saw it as a story, and I think it really gave it far more oxygen than it deserved as a story. Now, it's entirely subjective, Mike, because I was at one end of that story, but I do remember being struck at the time, be like, have I gone mad, or is this so disproportionate to what the actual issue is in question? And in terms then of parties, I suppose I've just noted the change in attitude towards Ukrainians in Ireland, and in February 2022, when the war started and people started to arrive again, as Minister, I was responsible for accommodation. I remember colleagues in the cabinet racing to Dublin Airport to basically get a picture of them with an arm around some Ukrainians. Like there were photo shoots arranged there. I didn't go at the time because I'm like, this is easy now, this is going to get harder. I knew this was going to get harder, so I didn't. And now we see parties, politicians, proudly announcing restrictions on Ukrainians, cutting this, cutting that. And it's just that cycle for me, from the very people who were first with the welcome, but the picture as well, the very people who were queuing up when Vladimir Zelensky visited the Dáil only a couple of months ago, that's changed dramatically. And I think that's because they've seen a response to a change in public attitudes, and want to, I suppose, morph themselves to where they feel the public is now. And I suppose that sense of values when you're responding to a crisis of that magnitude is not really being put out there anymore.
I think for me, anytime I think, so I yelled at a white woman about a month ago, and because she yelled at my kids who were just standing in the queue with me and not doing anything. They were not running around. They weren't doing anything. And even if they were, she would never do that to white kids. Anyway, so as I was yelling at her, I was thinking to myself, oh my God, if this gets to the news, it's going to be, the black woman, the Kenyan national, despite being naturalized for decades, but it would be the black woman, or my race would become such a central part to the story that nobody would consider what had led this black woman to yell at a white woman, which I've only done twice in my life. And so when I listen to the news, when I watch the news, it's always interesting to see how the stories are told when it's a person of color, and how the race becomes the only thing about that situation. And that's how the for lack of a better word, the Faraj riots started, when people discovered that the man who had committed horrific crimes was a person of color. And so, yeah, but it's the same as well whenever they report on women who have been killed. It's always a woman died, rather than she was brutally murdered by a man, and again, protecting the patriarchy, protecting white supremacy. So I do think that the media has a lot to answer for. Whenever they're writing about Palestine, it's always one-sided. It's always in this light where you can't help but empathize with Zionism, and it's really damaging. And I have to say, as a person that is a mini influencer on TikTok, I love social media because it has decentralized the power. It's obviously damaging in some ways, but it's also helped to kind of tell the whole story in many ways. And as a black woman going through racism, connecting in with black women all over the world, and they're going through, especially in the Western world, going through the same thing, has done a lot of healing for me. So yeah, but when it comes to main media outlets, they have done a lot of harm.
Okay. There are some examples, even in my own experience, of sort of the media picking up on the wrong end of the stick. I remember a few years back there was a bus set on fire in the Shankill, and I was getting phone calls from producers in Britain asking me, are the Troubles coming back? And I was like, it's one bus, dude. You know, it's like, you know, that could happen in Wales, or it could happen in London, or it could happen in Scotland. But I think just because of the nature of the society, people, whenever they see any violence, they automatically think that it's going to boil into something bigger, and it can do. We saw the sort of race rioting sort of issues in Belfast and in Dublin and Ballymena, and a lot of that was off the back of disinformation and misinformation. And Maureen's right in terms of social media being a great leveler, so people are creating their own platforms, but that also means that people with sinister intentions are creating their own platforms as well. How much do you think that any sort of regulation of the internet, if you could even attempt to do it, or, you know, a lot of media lawyers will talk about the fact that social media platforms aren't actually considered to be publishers in the way that like newspapers would be considered to be publishers and the rest. How much do you think that would help to sort of tackle the misinformation and disinformation that we see that's existing? And if we could keep it quite brief so we can get as many questions in before we go out to the audience, that would be great.
Yeah, I think obviously some safeguards are important, but I think that social pressure and social norms around social media is at least as important. It has to come from both angles, and we don't realise how much we're policed socially. I mean, technically there's nothing wrong if you go to the supermarket of picking something you want out of someone's cart and just taking it, but we kind of recognise that's a dick move. So having those yes, sorry. So I think having safeguards for the really extreme behaviour and social norms around just sort of being polite is kind of the best way to tackle that.
Thanks very much. And I suppose just to say, I take Maureen's point about the decentralisation of power, and you know, I see real value to social media and its ability to inform and change minds. But I do think the absolute lack of regulation and the very deliberate efforts by the companies and indeed by some governments, across, most notably in the United States, to deconstruct any barrier, any guidelines, any of those kind of protections has to be called out. It is going to be very hard to do. I don't in any sense underestimate the scale of that challenge. Within the European Union, it is at least easier in terms of you can get a common regulatory framework for 27 states, which is significant. I always think if the issue of the algorithms that direct the cat video or the hardcore racist content to your phone because they know that's what you're into, if we could get them switched to a default off position. People could still switch them on, so we're not restricting freedom of speech, but I just think for a lot of people it would mean they would see a lot less of the absolute worst there. So it's about reducing harm. It's not about you can't sanitize it, but I think steps like that would make, particularly for younger people, particularly for people who are maybe more easily influenced, it would make a difference. And I think if there was one change I'd make, and if there was one kind of alliance around a reform, it would be to get the recommender system switched to a default off position. I think that would make a difference.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that there's white presenting black woman that I follow, and she pretended to be a white woman, put on the wig and everything, and and she said the algorithm completely changed. So it's very targeted, whereas my algorithm sends me a lot of like pro-Palestinian stuff, a lot of like angry black women stuff, and because it knows that I'm into that kind of stuff. So I agree. And I also would love for us to, I'd love to see education, like being really educating young people on how to use social media, because it's never, I don't think the way money works, the way capitalism works, I don't think that will ever get proper legislation. I'd love to see it, but if we can't do that, then how can we buffer our children? How can we buffer younger white children, younger black children to whatever the algorithm is trying to sell them? And that's the real change, when we target the young people, when we put when we give them things to do outside of just social media as well.
Thank you very much. Something that I've observed is that the shame has been taken out of racism, so people are quite openly expressing racist views, and they're kind of being tolerated. I remember I hosted a children's politics conference a few years ago, and a young boy from Ukraine came over to me because I've done like a media workshop with him, and he said to me, "Miss, why?" He said, "Why is everybody okay with me, but they're not okay with my black friends?" And I just said, "It's racism." I said, "It's because you look like the people that are being racist," and he was really horrified, at the prospect of that. I like to sort of end on an action point, so I'm going to ask you to give the audience homework about what they can actually do to face down the far right, and you're up first, Nina, because you're sitting beside me.
Yeah, just a small ask for folks in the audience to face down the far right. I think a lot, like, being anti-racist is normal behavior. It's something you do every day to walk past a shop and not throw a brick through the window. So, or something like that, or call someone a slur. So I think first and foremost, it's just keep doing that, and keep doing that publicly, keep being a good colleague and a good neighbor. Obviously educating yourself about how to be actively anti-racist or against other forms of bigotry is important, and to share that. But especially when it comes to young children who are figuring out how to be a person in society, they're modeling a lot of that off of just what they see day to day. So it's important to just continue being a normal person day to day.
Well, I'd obviously say join and donate to anti-racism organisations like the Green Party Northern Ireland. But I'd also say, just on that day-to-day point, fight misinformation. If you see someone post something, take the time, even though it'll be smothered by a load of bots in 5 minutes, but take the time to post and say, no, that's not right, no, that didn't happen, no, those stats are completely disproved. Go into that battle, try and fight the disinformation, because when you do it, the other few people who are watching, who are of a more normal, of a more balanced nature, it reinforces their determination to do so as well.
Gosh, I have so many things, but I think the bystander effect, to me, has been the most heartbreaking thing, and because what it does is it makes me, if there's a situation happening, and somebody's calling me the N-word, and all the white people are just watching, it makes me question my reality, and it makes me think that there's something wrong with me. And it's not just me, but this has been happening since I was a teenager, and the moments that have broken my heart over the last 26 years have been those moments where nobody said anything. So if you do see something happening, do something. You don't have to put you don't have to put yourself in danger. You can, I don't know, call the police, something, anything, but don't just walk away. It's not all white people, but all white people benefit from racism, from white supremacy. It's not all men, but all men benefit from patriarchy and sexism, so do something. Always do something.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, we're going to throw, and it does have to be questions rather than just a comment. So if someone has a question, the roving mic will come to you in a second. My mic.
Try not to trip over everything.
Hi, thanks very much, everyone. It's really struck home and it's been really inspiring. Maureen, I hesitate to do this because I'm very aware of white people asking people of colour to educate them and tell them what to do, and then sort of putting the responsibility back. But because you're in the room and because you're speaking so brilliantly, may I ask you, you mentioned earlier about not knowing where the safe people are, not being able to recognise the safe spaces. Is there anything that you think we could do as the Green Party and constituency groups in the Green Party to make it clear to people of colour that we are not perfectly, but we are really trying to be those safe spaces?
You poor thing. That's a really good question. I think just whenever, if you do meet a person, a black or brown person, just be normal. Like don't be like, so how long have you been here, or like whatever. And it's fine. I love being Kenyan. Like you're never gonna take that away. But if that's the only thing that I can offer you, like what? I've lived here longer than I've lived in Kenya. Do you know what I mean? Like it's absurd. So just have a normal conversation. Talk about the weather. Talk about the things that you would talk about with your white friends. Because like yeah. And then as a party, like be really intentional, like push that out there, you know, talk about how anti-racist you are, and like so that people know to find you. Because I think sometimes not saying it, just for me, I'm just like, oh, I don't know if I can, you know. And if I never met Mal, I wouldn't have known whether to kind of venture in. So yeah, so just make it really loud and clear, and yeah, and just be normal. Like don't be a dick, as Nina said.
I am Kais Alwi. I think far right now have international legitimacy because from my childhood I know from media and everywhere that in Europe some white group they are racist, but now due to illegal immigration in North African Arab country, it appear racism in North African, and now in South Africa we have the same problem, black between black. I thought far right find this international legitimacy to spread them ideology that racism is something human, but in reality racism is not human, and big difference between racism and humanity nature. I think about Green Party, because this international green movement, I would like to know the idea about this international legitimacy will find far right to spread them ideology.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The electoral success of far-right parties across Europe and across the world have given them legitimacy. And it's not only electoral success, they've entered government, and that adds to it too. But the only, I suppose, the small comfort I take is that their policies are being found out in government, and they're failing in government. They failed they failed twice now in the Netherlands. They have finally failed in Hungary with their association with corruption there. I hope will have damaged them for many years. The far-right parties in the supporting the Swedish government as part of the Finnish government, looks like both of those parties are going to lose to centre-left alliances in the next year or two. So ultimately, even though it often proves to be intoxicating, particularly at a time of high levels of migration and high levels of inflation, and it's intoxicating to voters. The fallacy of their policies do become apparent, and we see that in the States now, but a huge amount of damage can be done in the period of time they're in there. And irrespective of a big loss for the Republicans this November in the midterms, and hopefully no J.D. Vance succession in 2028, huge damage has been done in the United States, and we all look with real fear about the potential of a reform government in the UK.
That's great. If everyone wants to put their hands together, thank you to Maureen, Roderick and Nina.
Thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you especially to Amanda for wonderful sharing. Thank you to Roderick, to Nina, and to Maureen. And I mean, conversations we've been having within the party for a while now, but we really need to knuckle down facing the prospect of potentially a reform government. So I'm now going to, if you're happy, there's a step on that side. I wouldn't go down the front if you value your knees. So the next speaker, we've heard from Roderick already, but we are very lucky at the Green Party Northern Ireland to have such a close relationship with Green parties across both of these islands, and such a good, generally friendly and good working relationship. So we're going to hear from our friend and our colleague Roderick O'Gorman, leader of Green Party Ireland, and he served as Minister for Children, Equality, Disability, Integration and Youth. That's a bit of a mouthful there. From June 2020 to January 2025. So, Roderick, you're very welcome.
A cordial glass, Muile Buika, Sasan Guira, Ansha, and you. Thank you, Mal, for the invitation to be here with you this afternoon, and it's a real pleasure to be here in Belfast. And to be here with you at a time when we are seeing electoral success for Greens across Europe, and of course most recently in Scotland, Wales and England, and at a time when opinion polls are showing sustained growth in support for Green Party Northern Ireland. The panel you've just heard discussed how over the last few years we've seen online discourses that feed on division, that feed on hate, and that becoming more and more prevalent in our politics. The central message of the Greens here in Northern Ireland is that that doesn't have to be the case. That message is resonating with people across the 6 counties, and it's why our support is growing and why our membership is expanding. That it shows that a message of progressive, evidence-based solutions to the social and climate crises affecting our societies can offer real hope to people. And people need to know that hope can win. They need to know that people like yourselves are out there who will speak truth to power, who will fight to create a society where there is respect within their communities for others, where social justice and equality are more important than GDP, who understand the problems that the climate crisis is causing for everyday lives, and who work to protect our environment. From Hackney to Baden-Württemberg, from Cardiff to Denmark, we have seen in recent months that hope, that green hope, can win everywhere. And we believe we will see similarly strong results in the 2 by-elections being held next Friday in Dublin Central and Galway West. And let me tell you this, everybody across this party stands ready to support in every way we can as we prepare for crucial local and assembly elections next year. And I am confident come May 2027, hope will win in Northern Ireland as well. Friends, the climate crisis doesn't see borders. It doesn't see imaginary lines down the centre of the Irish Sea or around the 6 counties. If storms like Eowyn, Dara and Chandra blow across the island, they leave destruction in their wake everywhere. If the climate stops us from producing enough food as an island, it affects us all. Trump's war in Iran drives up energy costs in Derry just as much as in Dublin. And that's why being part of this global green political movement empowers us to fight this problem as a global front. And too often, the same environmental issues are faced on different parts of our island. The issue of pollution in Lough Neagh, Ireland's largest lake, is the same pollution that we're facing in our largest saltwater lagoon at Ladies Island Lake in Wexford. In the same way that Lough Neagh has faced decades of neglect, over-intensification of agriculture in its catchment, and a lack of action to counteract pollution, likewise, Ladies Island Lake's problems have been studiously ignored for many years. When I raised the matter with the Taoiseach in the Dáil last year, I noted the comments of Dr. Killian Roden, who said, the situation in Ladies Island Lake is so bad that the lagoon's glow could likely be seen from space. But despite the failure of traditional politicians to tackle these environmental crises, hope does remain. Just this week, our President, Catherine Connolly, called for transformative action on climate change in a speech that specifically highlighted the degradation of the island's waters. Her speech reminded us that there is a biodiversity crisis alongside the climate crisis, and that both are intrinsically linked. Rivers are being polluted, habitats are being destroyed, and our governments are listening to global messages that choose wealth over well-being, economy over ecology, hate over hope. This is a bleak picture, but there is hope if we work together. I'm buoyed up by the energy here today, and there's real excitement among you about what our future could hold. We need to build alliances with community environmental groups, scientific experts, NGOs, and challenge the continued failures of administrations north and south. And it's through forming those types of alliances that GPNI is bringing forward a range of concrete proposals to reverse the decline of Lough Neagh. A moratorium on slurry spreading in its catchment area, fines for polluters, funding wastewater infrastructure, taking the loch into public ownership, and most significantly, establishing a genuinely independent environmental protection agency. The failures of governments are not confined to the issues of climate and nature. Unfortunately, there are shared experiences that extend through a range of social and economic issues. Across the island, we're dealing with higher bills, a growing divide between the rich and poor, and a flourishing industry of division driven through social media. We're both finding ourselves fighting for the same things. For cheaper childcare, for example. In Dublin, it's the Green Party's plan to reduce childcare costs to €200 a month, a plan which the now coalition government has stalled on. In Northern Ireland, it's your campaign for 30 hours of free childcare a week. Extortionate rents are presenting the same problem across all 32 counties, and while inflation rises, wages remain the same. Both health services are struggling to deal with growing waiting lists, inadequate bed capacity, with staff shortages driven by a failure to adequately value critical healthcare workers. Both jurisdictions have governments who are failing their people through inaction. As the party that has prioritised the climate crisis, the particular failure of the current Irish government to address the climate issue stands out starkly. In January of this year, the current Minister for Climate and the Environment, Darragh O'Brien, stated that Ireland would not meet its 2030 emissions targets. A full 4 years before the deadline, our Minister for the Environment has waved the white flag on climate action, even though the failure to achieve our targets could result in EU fines of up to €28 billion. The Green Party has been pushing the government to outline a plan to reduce our emissions, which to date hasn't been forthcoming. And families across the island face the energy shocks that have come in the wake of Trump's war in the Middle East. The Irish government consistently refuses to take the big and bold decisions needed to move us to renewables once and for all. The need to remove the barriers to the growth of solar and wind energy generation. And indeed, the interlinked nature of the response to the energy crisis is shown again by the fact that right now the Port of Belfast is the only port on the entire island that can actually support the construction of offshore offshore wind turbines. In both jurisdictions on this island, the government response to the climate is set out in legislation. The Climate Action Act in the south, the Climate Change Act in the north. It was pressure from Greens, both in the Assembly and outside, that delivered your climate law. And it was Green Party participation in the previous government that delivered the Climate Action Act, one of the core achievements of our 4.5 years in office. And as such, it was deeply painful for me to see the Irish government gut the Irish Climate Action Act last Wednesday evening, voting through a bill that will exclude large infrastructure projects from having their climate impact examined. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are now weaponising public frustration, rightful public frustration, with poor infrastructure delivery in order to undermine climate action. But what was even more shocking was that the government parties were joined in this action to gut the Climate Act by both Sinn Féin and the Social Democrats. These two self-described progressive parties have bought in to the government's narrative that climate action is to blame. 5 years after parties across the Dáil united to pass the Climate Action Act, only the Greens, the Labour Party, People Before Profit and one independent voted to prevent it being gutted. The politics of climate denial are on the rise again. And we see that from the gains reform made in the UK last week and its efforts to undermine climate action. And those efforts are going to ramp up again. We saw a key tenet of their election campaign was their ridiculous claim, scrap net zero to cut your energy bills. Yet we know the only way to permanently bring down people's energy costs is to create energy independence through renewable energy, something we're perfectly placed to do across this island. We've seen it work in Spain. Renewable energy now generates 50% of that country's electricity, coming from wind, from solar, from hydro. Spain has seen a dramatic growth in its use of solar power over the last 6 years. And that solar revolution didn't come across naturally simply as a cause of Spain's sunny climate. For decades, solar power had supplied only a minor part of that country's electricity. However, following the Ukraine invasion in 2022 and the massive spike in electricity costs they faced in Spain because of their over-reliance on gas, the Spanish government, recognizing their vulnerability to international energy shocks, took a deliberate decision to achieve energy independence, move away from imported gas, and move their electricity supply to renewables. And what's the outcome? Spain now enjoys the lowest wholesale electricity price in the European Union. And that means its economy doesn't have to rely on Trump's LNG anymore. But more importantly, it means that households are protected from energy price shocks in the way so much of the rest of Europe is vulnerable. Friends, we're not just facing division on environmental issues. We can have no doubt, and we've discussed it already today, there's been a coarsening of political discourse across the world, from President Trump in the White House to reform in the United Kingdom. And rather than deal with the societal issues caused by successive political failures, they instead point to those who are different, of a different race, a different religion or sexual orientation. The recent rally in Coleraine was all too familiar to us, where hundreds marched with a message of hate, of racism, under the guise of protecting traditions, women and children. Like most peddlers of easy solutions to difficult problems, they've sought to devalue, to dehumanize people instead of offering anything that would improve people's lives. And it's because of events like this that the politics we advocate are even more important. Our party has consistently called for the full implementation of the Marion Review of Hate Crime. The proposals from that work have been sitting on the relevant minister's desk for almost 6 years now, while vulnerable communities continue to face attacks. And to protect these even further, GPNI has always campaigned that all our equality strategies, LGBTQ+, gender, disability, anti-poverty, racial equality, and asylum and integration, all of these proposals actually get the funding from ministers in the executive to make them a reality. While the far right has not seen the significant electoral success in Ireland so far, we remain in our guard for people selling the same message and to push back with courage and with hope whenever we see it. Here, we are no strangers to the politics of division. Yet the groundswell of support for GPNI shows that people across Northern Ireland do not want to return to division and hate. Instead, they are saying loud and clear that they want what we offer: social justice, fairness, and community. I've been thinking a lot about the rise in support for the Greens here and what it means when considered against our historical background. It's clear that while the traditional parties are wrapped up in sectarian politics that they're not ready to leave behind, the people of Northern Ireland are busy looking to live their lives. They want better services and they want a better society for their family. And that understanding of social justice is central to what it means to be a Green. The old bipartisan political parties have not done enough to show people as the distance between rich and poor grows. And English politics, as Mal has often quite rightly said, is designed to protect privilege rather than to protect lives. GPNI is clear that the current political system in the UK is failing Northern Ireland, but the political system in Northern Ireland is also failing. You've quite rightly highlighted the inadequacies in the amount of legislation passed by Stormont in the past years. As we campaign for local and assembly seats next year, we are crystal clear in the need for fundamental reform of the political institutions. A parliament that has only managed to pass 12 pieces of legislation across a 4-year period should hang its head in shame. This system needs to change, and we believe the people of Northern Ireland should direct that change. And that's why, drawing on the civic forum element of the Good Friday Agreement, we would use citizens' assemblies to reform Stormont. So it's the people, not politicians, to decide what reforms we need. And we will insist on an increase in transparency and accountability of the executive to the Assembly, but most importantly, to the people of Northern Ireland themselves. And now, with a year to go, those Assembly and Council elections are at the very centre of the focus of our party, North and South. I fully understand the need to re-establish Green Party representation in Stormont. The Assembly has been a much poorer place without Green MLAs. I've had the privilege of joining canvassing teams in pretty much every election in Northern Ireland since I canvassed South Belfast with Adam McGibbon in the 2010 general election. I know the Green Party of Northern Ireland is a canvassing machine. I know this because this machine travelled south to Dublin West and helped me hold my seat in the most challenging election of my career in 2024. I know that that canvassing machine is travelling down tomorrow to help our party Cathaoirleach, Councillor Janet Horner, as she enters the last week of her campaign in Dublin Central. That support flows both ways, and we will not be found wanting in 2027. Our entire party will travel here to Belfast in March next year to hold our annual convention in Northern Ireland for, I think, the first time in our party's history. And our national executive have endorsed Mal's ambitious fundraising plans, and we'll match funds the levels of donations that you raise over the next year. And I was thinking the last time I was in this room, I had my dicky bow on for the fantastic for the fantastic ball, and I also brought home 50 quid from the drag bingo as well. I don't know if I'll do that well today, but fingers crossed. Both myself, our Senator Malcolm Noonan, our councillors across local authorities, and our local area reps, we look forward to joining with you as you canvass the targeted Assembly seats, and we will help you bring your message to doors across Northern Ireland. Greens have shown across Europe that hope can win. The hope of lower fuel bills, driven by policies that promote renewable energy. The hope of clean rivers and nature restored, achieved by listening to and acting on the science. The hope of communities coming together and supporting their most vulnerable members, inspired by leaders who are rooted in their neighbourhoods. That's the hope that we as Greens represent. That's the hope that will win in 2027. Thank you for your welcome here today, and I look forward to joining you all in Belfast again next March. Thank you. 2027, guys. 2027.
Thank you so much, Roderick, also for coming up the road to us today, but in general, that sort of enthusiastic, what's the word, stealing your resolve. That's what we need as we head into what's going to be a really intense year, but also a really exciting one. So we're going to hear from a few more of our exciting candidates, some of them very familiar. Behind me on the screen you see our next speaker, Councillor Anthony Flynn, elected since 2019 in Ormiston over in East Belfast, and who will be contesting seats for us next spring. So welcome, Anthony. Woo!
I've got new toys, sorry. And also, like, I was thinking about a photo of me. Tell me I don't need Botox with those, like, crow's eyes, honestly. It's ridiculous. So, thank you very much, conference. So, just yesterday, I was helping a constituent who has spent months trying to get a burst water pipe fixed at the end of her road. Now, you would think that something as basic as a burst water pipe would be straightforward. But instead, she has been passed from department to department, agency to agency, each one blaming the other, while nothing actually gets fixed. And yesterday, the exact same thing happened to me. Sorry, Councillor Flynn, you need to speak to DFI, said NI Water. No, Councillor Flynn, you need to speak to NI Water, said DFI. Meanwhile, that water is still being wasted, and the road is still being destroyed, and the resident is still being ignored. And I think that story captures exactly how so many people feel about politics and public services here in Northern Ireland right now. Because people are tired of the excuses, they're tired of the buck being passed, and they're tired of being told that this is just how it needs to be. Because after decades of the same parties dominating local politics here, we are still dealing with the deep inequality, with the crippling trauma of our past, collapsing public trust, and failing public services. On top of all of that, an environmental crisis that can no longer be ignored. But what makes the Green Party different is that we are not here to defend a broken system. We are here to change that system. And at the heart of that change is something politics here has been missing for such a long, long time. Hope. Not empty slogans or false promises like New Decade, New Approach, Fresh Start Agreement, the Stormont House Agreement, do you remember that one? Or I can't believe it's not another collapse agreement. But real hope that's actually rooted in practical change and a belief that our people deserve better. Because politics should make people's lives easier. Warm homes that people can actually afford to live in. Public transport that runs on time. And I do love the glider myself, I must say. A healthcare system that's focused on prevention. Connected communities where people feel supported by their representatives. I want to tell you a wee story. A while ago, I received a letter from a young girl guide in Ballyhackamore called Grace. And Grace wrote to me as part of a project that she was doing called Bees and Trees, where she was looking at ways to improve local nature and wildlife in her area. And in her letter, she said to me, well, she described actually a neglected piece of land in East Belfast called Ballyhackamore. Some of you may know it. She described that piece of land as an overgrown wasteland, and she asked me something very, very simple. She said, why can't this become a space for people and for wildlife? She talked about benches, trees, flowers, bird feeders, and even a bug hotel. A bug hotel that she could actually create with her local Girl Guide group, made from recycling materials. And honestly, I think there's something really powerful in that, because while so much of our politics is built around division, built around blaming each other and political deadlock, here was a young person simply asking the question, how do we make our community better? Well, Grace, I am proud to say that work is now moving ahead on that mini parklet in Ballyhackamore and will be delivered within the next few months. So that is what hopeful politics actually looks like. So well done to Grace. And the reason Grace's letter has stayed with me is because it reminded me that people actually want communities that feel healthier. They want to live in communities that are greener and feel more connected. Because far too often our politics here works against that very purpose. Because the environmental crisis is not separate from the pressures that people face every single day. When our rivers are polluted, when Loch Ness is collapsing under years of neglect, and when communities are forced into car dependency by poor planning, that impacts people's lives, it impacts their health, their finances, and their quality of life. And across Northern Ireland, people can see with their own eyes that things are not improving fast enough. After years of promises, less than a third of our rivers and lakes are actually considered to be in good environmental standard. That's not good enough. And it's the result of political choices made by our executive. Choices which treat our environment as something to exploit rather than something to protect. And the Green Party refuses to accept that. And we also refuse to accept a political system that is led by Sinn Féin and the DUP, whose only standard is lurching from crisis to crisis, while ordinary people are expected to just put up with it. Because our communities do not stop needing healthcare, they don't stop needing housing, and they don't stop needed to be supported every time Stormont collapses, because they deserve institutions that work. As councillors, we are the ones that were picking up the pieces during the COVID pandemic while Stormont was down. We were the ones making sure that the food banks actually had enough stock, and we were the ones making sure that community soup kitchen was created for the local community, because we care. And when you elect Greens, you get representatives who care and who take the job of representation seriously. Our people deserve government that is focused on delivery instead of endless stalemate and point scoring. I genuinely believe that Northern Ireland is ready for something different. Because politics needs to be a politics that puts people before the vested interests. A politics that tackles inequality instead of deepening it. A politics that protects the planet while improving people's everyday lives. People are tired of the money's decline from Sinn Féin and the DUP, and they're tired of being told to expect less simply because the Brits won't give us any more money. It's not good enough anymore. And the Green Party is offering something different. For those that are struggling with their bills, for communities demanding better public services, for everyone who wants cleaner water, cleaner air, and a livable future, hope is here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony. I've managed to not injure myself getting up and down at this stage, and we're coming close to the end of the day, but we're going to hear from two future candidates, presently unelected, so give them your absolutely undivided attention so that you can hear all about what they're doing in their communities right now. First up, a candidate for Bangor Central, Gillian McNull.
supporting local residents, fighting for our local environment, and for our local biodiversity. But the thing that enables that work to be done is having 2 sitting councillors in North Down already. And I really want to commend and big up the work currently being done by Barry McKee and by Lauren Kendall. Woo! But the thing is, the more people we have in council, the more voices we have calling for change. And that is the fundamental reason I want to run for council. Because I want to be in a position to effect change and tackle the issues that don't work for our community. The issues that are causing some members of our community to be left behind. The issues that create a breeding ground for intolerance and bigotry. And part of that is recognising the multiple overlapping crises we face at this distinct point in time. The cost of living crisis, which is leaving hard-working individuals and families in our borough struggling to make ends meet and searching for people to blame. A crisis that leaves underserved people in our community struggling to survive. And as a single parent, I know what it's like to have to juggle 2 jobs just to pay the bills at the end of the day. We deserve more. The housing crisis, as we see housing waiting lists grow, while the increasing number of houses bought up by predatory investors lie empty in our community, or are turned into remotely run corporate Airbnbs. I was thinking today about the fact that my children have had to move house 6 times in their lifetime because of housing precarity. We deserve more. Every child deserves housing security. And then the environmental crisis that sees our coastlines and water bodies increasingly polluted by sewage overruns, agricultural pollution, and single-use plastic waste. As a sea swimmer and a coastal litter picker, I see these impacts every day. The environmental crisis that is currently enabled by a council with weak planning regulation and enforcement, that sees property developers and rich landowners given priority over the rights of the community, of nature, and of biodiversity. We deserve more. And finally, as a mother, a daughter, and a sister of residents in the borough, I feel the weight of being a steward of our community against the oncoming threats of climate change. As a peninsula, we are uniquely vulnerable to developing coastal erosion, storm surges, and seasonal flooding that is already occurring. Now is the time to be building resilience to these challenges to ensure that future-proofing is in place. And globally, we already face food insecurity, water insecurity, and weather-related excess death. I want to make sure our community is best placed to deal with these challenges head-on by developing the localised infrastructure now to support those most vulnerable to these threats in our community. Because if we can't do this, who will? As someone who loves North Down, who swims in the waters, walks its coastlines, and is raising a family here, I feel this responsibility deeply. And I know that many of you do too. So, thank you everyone for supporting my candidacy. It's a pleasure to serve the party and my community in the upcoming election, and I promise that I will work hard and do my best for North Down, whatever the outcome. As Barry says, we are a party of grafters, not grifters, and finally, hope is here. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Gillian. We have one more future candidate for you to hear from before we get to the Leader's Address. You've already heard from them earlier today and as party development, but please welcome our candidate for Causeway Coast and Glens, Wiley McCahan.
When I was 12 years old, my physics teacher changed the course of my life. They introduced me to the campaign against the proposed lignite mine on the North Coast, a campaign that would have devastated our local environment and harmed communities across the area. I was just a kid, but I got involved, and we won. That campaign taught me something I've carried with me ever since. Ordinary people can make extraordinary change when they refuse to stay silent. It taught me that hope isn't something you wait for, it's something you build together. From that point on, I made noise whenever I could. But if I'm being honest, I never imagined I'd join a political party, never mind stand for elected office. I grew up in a family heavily involved in the ultra-unionist party, and I saw firsthand how politics could chew people up and spit them out. I watched a friend and former MLA treated horribly by their party, and it made me deeply sceptical of party politics. For a long time, I thought activism was where real change happened, and that political parties just got in the way. But after 2021, when I made a request to the Justice Minister and was basically told to go away, I decided that I needed to engage differently. At first, I joined People Before Profit because I had friends there, but the real turning point came after a close friend and I formed North Coast for Choice. Through that campaign, I had the privilege of hearing my local rep, Mark Coulson, speak, and he completely blew me away. I went home that night and joined the party, and it remains one of the best decisions I've ever made. I used to say the life of a true activist was a lonely one, that if you cared enough to fight for change, you had to accept doing it alone. But the Green Party changed that. For the first time, I found people who didn't just agree with me when it was easy, they stood beside me when things got difficult. People who believed politics could be hopeful. People who believed a better future wasn't naive, but it was necessary. And that brings me to today. Despite not being elected, I'm already deeply involved in local government. As chair of my council's Equality Forum, I helped challenge plans for single-sex only facilities in the new leisure centre. And as one of 4 deputy chairs on the Korean Future Town Fund board, I'm helping shape how a £20 million investment revitalises our town. And after years of campaigning, we're finally seeing progress on the Mark Ashton Memorial, which will be installed in time for Pride this year. Don't clap for me, clap for Mark, because he deserves it. And I've even had a Alliance councillor take credit for my work, so it's like I'm already elected anyway. I have loved every minute of it, because it has shown me what is possible. It has shown me that hope is here already in the people fighting for their communities every single day. But it has also shown me how much more needs to be done. I work in mental health, and I see people who have lost hope every single day. And I truly believe that as Greens, we are the only party with the clean hands to challenge the mental health epidemic post-Good Friday Agreement. I live in one of the most beautiful places on this island, and yet there are far too few voices on my council willing to fight for our environment with the urgency it deserves. And if I'm being completely honest, there are far too few willing to show courage when it really matters. Over the past 2 years, I've spent a lot of time countering far-right activity in my area. And while we organise in secret with anonymous names and burner phones like a dodgy spy movie, the council CEO sits down with racists and their think tank. While elected officials stay silent or even help them, look the other way, or decide it was politically inconvenient to speak up, we've been calling it out. Because leadership isn't about waiting until something becomes safe to oppose. It's about standing up for your community when it matters most, now. And it's about giving people hope that someone will. We need stronger protections for our natural spaces. We need sustainable development. And we need representatives who will stand up to hatred readily. We need councillors who understand that social justice and climate justice are inseparable. One without the other is just gardening. I'm standing next year because I want to do more. More for our communities, more for our environment, and more for the people who feel like politics has stopped listening to them. At 12 years old, I learned that change is possible, and I still believe that today. Because hope is here. It's here in every person in this room, here in every campaigner, every volunteer, every person who refuses to give up on their community. And this time next year, I'll be asking for the public for the opportunity to keep delivering that change, but this time as an elected representative. Thank you.
Folks, that has been a selection, a small selection of the people we'll be putting up for election next year, and I hope you are all feeling inspired, because I know I am. In case you weren't, or in case you're starting to hit that point of the afternoon where you need a cup of coffee, it's not break time. But it is time for Leader's Address. I noticed this slide implies and understands Mal's importance so much that there isn't even a photo there of him. He won't be long before he gets rid of the surname and just becomes Mal, like Beyonce. It's only a matter of time. Anyway, I'm going to stop now because I'm going to invite our leader and also, of course, candidate, Mal O'Hara.
Okay, I have a tech goblin that follows me around, so hope and pray that nothing goes wrong here, okay? So firstly, conference, can I do some thanks to our conference team, all volunteers. You will have seen the appeal earlier today for money. We currently don't have any staff since the loss of our assembly seats, so we need your money, so please give us it if you are in a position to do that. And if you can't give money, or you can give something on top of money, we need your time, energy and effort. Okay? Your passion, your skills, blood, sweat and tears is what we need over the next year. So thanks to the conference team, our members and supporters for coming out today, our fantastic exhibitors. Chair knows that I get dry mouth, so she's serving me with water, so that's so good. Our panellists, who I think put some real strong challenges to us today in terms of some of the issues that we need to face, and we'll be linking them into our policy officers to make sure that that's reflected in our manifesto next year, and of course to the Clayton staff for looking after us today. So GATEX conference is Smisha Malachy O'Hara, and that's about as much Irish as I have. So for almost 30 years, politics in Northern Ireland has been dominated by the same parties, the same arguments, the same crisis, and the same excuses. And after all that time, where's the peace, prosperity, reconciliation, and progress that we were promised? Instead, we have bills that people can't afford, public services stretched to breaking point, a housing crisis, environmental collapse, communities divided and angry, and a political system that often rewards deadlock instead of delivery. People are exhausted. We're all told to be resilient. I'm sick of having to be resilient. But people are also ready for something different, and that's why we're here today as the Greens. We're offering something that says it's not fear, it's not division, it's not more tribal politics. And we're different to the other parties. We're not here because of the constitutional question or the conflict. We're part of a global movement that is built on the principles of peace and non-violence, sustainability, equality, and grassroots democracy. And we're here to say to people in Northern Ireland that hope is here. But before I tell you where hope is and why it's here, I have to be clear about where hope is not. Hope does not lie with liberals who co-opted a slogan in a desperate attempt to recover falling polling. It's not with liberals who want to tinker around the edge of a system designed to serve vested interests. It's not with Liberals who squandered an historic mandate to sign off a weak programme for government that doesn't address social and environmental justice. It's not with the Liberals who literally sit on the fence and refuse to say whether they're left or whether they're right. It is not with a Liberal minister who is complicit in the demonisation of trans and non-binary people. It's not with a Liberal minister who thinks that awareness and education will solve the problems of Lough Neagh. Or it's not with a Liberal minister who refuses to bring forward hate crime reform, recommendations that have been on her desk for almost 6 years, despite 2 years of racist and sectarian pogroms on the streets of Northern Ireland. Now that's a pointed critique at Alliance, but none of the executive parties are immune. The reason that Northern Ireland is in the mess that we are in is because of those parties in power. It's their inaction, their addiction to crisis, and fighting culture wars is why we are where we are. Now the SDLP would have you pretend that since failing to qualify for the ministry in 2022, that they're suddenly paragons of virtue. But we know it was an SDLP minister that approved sand dredging at Lough Neagh and exacerbating the crisis there. And we know that many feminists and LGBT activists in this room have been repeatedly disappointed by the SDLP on equality issues. The UUP have once again decided that a right-wing man, formerly in a uniform, will be the salve to their decline in electoral fortune. But I think they already tried that twice, and it didn't work then. And news this week suggests that things are not very well at their industrial ranch farm. And while Sinn Féin may talk a good left-wing game, I would dare anybody to look at the draft solo budget that they produced earlier this year and find a single pragmatic left-wing measure. And this week, as Roderick said, they voted to gut the climate bill in the South. Don't think for a moment that that's not going to happen here in the North. And they also abstained on widening abortion access. I have huge respect for their housing minister, Owen O'Brien, or their housing spokesperson, Owen O'Brien, in the Republic. But maybe somebody needs to give him the email address of his northern counterparts, because they've presided over a housing crisis where 32,000 households are now homeless in Northern Ireland. And at least the DUP does what it says on the tin. But it feels like it's increasingly led by some blue bin standing loudmouth from Donaghadee rather than Dundela Avenue and DUP headquarters. We know they're socialist conservatives who will serve vested interests. But surely if they want to keep the union, they have a responsibility to pitch their argument to people like us in the room. Instead, they're too busy fighting for attention in their weird throuple with the TUV and Nigel Farage. We're sexual liberationists, nothing wrong with a throuple, but that's a strange one. So enough about others, what about us? We're offering hope, practical hope, transformative hope. Hope that your bills can actually come down. Hope that in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, at one of the wealthiest times in the world, that you have public services that are reliable and that work. Hope that politics will serve ordinary people instead of vested interests. And hope that we can protect our planet and build a more equal society at the same time. Hope that you'll find a well-paid, unionised job that contributes to social good. Hope that your kids and grandkids will have a better future than we have now. Hope to end the male scourge of violence against women and girls. Hope that minorities are respected and valued and able to contribute to society. Hope that politics in Northern Ireland will actually work for people. That is our message today. Hope is here. Conference. People in Northern Ireland are paying the price for a crisis they didn't create. Families are struggling to heat their homes. Young people are locked out of housing. Almost everybody's locked out of housing, not just young people, but parents are forced to choose between childcare and work. And what have the establishment parties offered us? Tinkering round the edges, more excuses, more protecting the powerful. From the discourse today, we saw the disappointment in the anti-poverty strategy and the childcare strategy. Instead, they often reflex blame the British government. But we don't get funded enough. And there is some merit to that, but they've had 30 years of government to address funding inadequacies. We Greens say enough. Politics should lower your bills. It should freeze your rents. It should freeze your public transport fares. It should provide free childcare through a public service model. And we support progressive taxation and making sure that the wealthy will finally pay their share. Because ordinary people should not carry the burden while the richest continue to profit from inequality. Public services are not failing by accident. They're failing because government chose not to reform. They chose to privatize, and they chose short-term headlines over long-term solutions. Children wait years for support and diagnosis. Mental health services feel overwhelmed. Roads are crumbling, and communities feel abandoned. And our public transport service is run on a for-profit basis rather than being a public service. I think others would tell you about how difficult it was to get here for 9:30 from rural areas. We Greens believe that public services are not a luxury. They're the foundations of a decent society. And that means investing in healthcare, investing in prevention, investing in education, investing in mental health, and reversing privatisation. Because in one of the wealthiest parts of the world, nobody should be left behind because politicians lack the courage to act. Conference, Stormont itself needs reform, and we know that. And I know many people are tired of hearing that same refrain. But look at the reality. Almost 40% of the time since 1998, we've had no functioning government. As Anya rightly said earlier, that contributes to the crisis that we face. Meanwhile, those crises grow worse, legislation stalls, and people lose faith in politics. It's not sustainable and it's not democratic. We believe, instead, that government should be a good for people, one that works even when parties disagree. And this is why we support citizens' assemblies to shape reform, why we support ending designation and moving towards weighted majority voting and still protecting against majoritarianism. And we support greater accountability and transparency in politics. Politics should be about the art of the possible and solving problems, not permanent political theatre. The 5 executive parties have repeatedly changed the Good Friday Agreement at their own whims to suit their own interests. They are not the agents of change that will provide sustainable reform. They've done it, and it collapsed. And they did it again, and it collapsed again. Instead, it must be led by people. Conference, nowhere has political failure been writ so large than at Lough Neagh, as it dies before our eyes. And that's tantamount to the impact on the rest of the environment. Our rivers are polluted, our biodiversity is disappearing, our air quality is harmful to our health. And still many politicians treat the environment as a lens through which we can exploit to make money. We reject that entirely. The environment is precious, and it can't be separated from our economy, and our economy must be managed so that it does no further harm to it. It is not separate from our health or our future. It is everything. And we will fight for the rights of nature. We'll fight to save Lough Neagh. We'll fight for clean water, clean air, soil, and nature restoration. And we'll fight for investment in rail and public transport. And we must fight to make these islands energy independent. We're 2 rainy, windswept islands off the coast of Europe. Yet instead of being energy independent and creating well-paid, skilled, unionized jobs, we rely on dictators and despots and multinationals who profiteer. And that's who provides our energy. Liberals will tell us that the market will solve our woes, but we know that the unbridled market only makes our woes worse. We demand the protection of our planet and our people, and that should not be a radical idea. Destroying it for money is a radical idea. Yet craven politicians who act at the behest of the obscenely wealthy are content to destroy her planet. Because short term, some shareholders will make a lot of money. And you know, Jeff, Dave, Elon, Mark, they need another luxury yacht or need another private island. Conference, at the heart of so many of these crises is one simple truth, and it's inequality. Too many people are locked out of opportunity because of poverty, discrimination, disability, racism, sexism, or class barriers. Too many communities feel ignored. Too many people are told that their lives matter that little bit less. And while that happens, the far right tries to exploit fear and hardship to divide us further. They blame migrants and asylum seekers. Some of them couldn't tell you the difference between the two, but that's pedantic. The two-faced shame of DUP politicians standing on the Shore Road with racists and fascists, people who usually spend their time shouting at hotels or HMOs, but DUP politicians complicit with them, encouraging them to believe that vulnerable people who are fleeing conflict, famine, or climate breakdown are the reason for the housing crisis. It's easy to blame minorities or blame vulnerable people, but let's be absolutely clear. Migrants did not create the housing crisis. Minorities did not break public services. Vulnerable people did not cause inequality. The people responsible are those who have spent decades refusing to invest, refusing to reform, and instead protecting vested interests. And specifically, on housing, is it any wonder when you look at how many of our executive parties and their members, elected members, are landlords, married to a landlord, related to a landlord, or have transferred their assets to a company who manages it on their behalf. No wonder social homes are not being built. No wonder we only had light touch regulation of the private rented sector. The Greens will never scapegoat communities for political failure. We'll face down the far right directly, with solidarity, with truth, with investment in communities, with action on poverty and disadvantage. And for the people who love, and we all love someone who's been seduced by the lies of the fascists or the poisonous algorithms of the oligarchs, we'll fight to get those people back with love and solidarity. Because the oldest trick in politics is convincing ordinary people to blame each other instead of looking at the system and who does it benefit. That system is not broken. It is a system that is working exactly how it is designed. Conference, what makes us different is not just policies, it's our politics. We're not defined by the constitutional question. But we'll never be dismissive of people who hold that as a primary political goal. Indeed, our party members might be unionist, nationalist, loyalist, Republican, internationalist, undecided, persuadable, and many of us just don't really care. With bigger fish to fry. We say to them, sell us your product, offer us a left progressive environmental vision of what that might look like, and you might secure our individual support. But none of them seem to be doing that. We're part of something bigger, a global green movement connected to Greens across these islands, across Europe and across the world. A movement fighting for equality, climate justice, democracy and human dignity. And at a time when politics and global instability makes the world feel a little darker, more cynical and more hateful, our responsibility is to offer something better. Not just resistance, but hope. Conference, hope doesn't come for free. We need your money. Again, the money ask. I used to be scunnered, but I'm starting to get into the pattern of doing this, so please donate generously. And as Roderick said, the Southern Greens will be matching it, and we'll be matching some of those as well. A one-off donation is great, but if you can afford, even if it's a $5 a month, that allows us to better plan for the year ahead. Unlike other parties, we actually publish all donations over £500. You can look on our website and you'll see who powers our party. It's members and supporters. We do take corporate donations, but they must be ethical. Got that right, Feronia? And conference, we need that blood, sweat and tears. Polling is up. We're at a record 5%. Our membership is at its highest ever, and our supporter base is bigger. I think it's over 720, but Sean would correct me. And if you're not a member, and most of you will be, please join now. And some of you who are maybe unable to join, give us some money if you can. This is the time. There is a zeitgeist that is with us. The winds are blowing in our direction. We have less than a year. The dual assembly and council elections are an opportunity for us to get back into the assembly and break into new council areas. But we can't do it without you. Your passion, your money, your door knocking, your leafleting, your canvassing, your organising, your policy development, your sharing on socials, your good ideas turned into actual reality. And admin. God knows the revolution needs admin. Stole that from Chen, thank you. Admin needs good, activism needs good admin, so please. We want to offer real hope. Hope that another future is possible. Because after almost 30 years of more of the same, people are ready for change. Ready for politics that will lower bills. Ready for a politics that will rebuild public services. Ready for a politics that will protect our environment. For a politics that stands up to hate, and a politics that puts people and planet first. So to everyone struggling under rising bills, hope is here. For everyone who demands climate action, hope is here. To everyone tired of division and political failure, hope is here. And to everyone who still believes that politics can be a force for good that improves people's lives, hope is here. Thank you, conference. I want to say, up the women, up the queers, up the trade unionists, up the lefties, up the tree huggers, up the disabled people, and up the Greens. Let's go and reclaim our seats and break through. Thank you, conference. Can I ask you, you have a thing under your chair, lift it high.